Court is in session. Well, I guess from the position that I'm currently in, I'm more like a witness. But anyway, look at the cool background thing that I made. Wow. Anyway, back onto the second case of Ace Attorney Investigations 2 we go. And we're talking to our circus friend here, who apparently kept some truths from us. Let's see what, how that, how that turns out. Yeah, what up? Why did you not mention that beforehand? No, but I did. What didn't I mention? That you're a member of the very big circus. No, it's just that... No, I'm not... I can't call myself a member yet. I'm just a new recruit. Regardless, that still makes you a member. Hey! What? And he's dead. Oh, that was a short case. So you didn't tell us before? Why didn't you tell us that before? Let me drink some water. Should have done that before, but whatever. I can already tell we have a genius on our hand here. If I had told you I was part of the circus, it would have made me look suspicious, right? Yeah, you don't look suspicious now. Since I also knew Knightley and all that, I didn't think anyone would believe what I had to say. Not even you guys, okay? Didn't we promise to believe in you? But, Mr. Edgeworth, you're just kinda scary. Man, you're just terrible at getting info from people, aren't you, Miles? That's none of your concern. Looks like we need to have a talk with him again. So, what did you do in the circus, Simon? I guess you could say I'm a wild animal tamer. I'm still just an apprentice, though. Wow, that's incredible. So you command lions and tigers to do your bidding, right? No, nothing crazy like that. No way. My partner's this little guy right here. And that makes you a wild animal tamer. He's more like an organ grinder than a wild animal tamer. There's a monkey in the detention center. Hey, Money, cut that out. He can be quite a handful sometimes. Funny act. I thought organ grinders controlled their monkeys, not the other way around. What about that circus, eh? Yesterday you told us you were just a regular employee, correct? Even if I'm a member of the circus, I'm still legally an employee. We're just like any regular company. The ringleader is the boss and I'm just a grunt. I even have a supervisor. She's the head of the Wild Animal Tamer division. No matter what kind of fierce creature, they all immediately follow her every command. She might even be able to get a handle on Miles here. I am not a wild animal. Yeah, you're far too tame to be a wild animal. Did you and your supervisor take part in the animal show here at the prison? Yeah, it was just us two. It was only a small operation this time around. Basically, my supervisor takes center stage, and I take care of all the dirty work. Well, I did have a tiny part in the performance. So there are only 2 members of the circus that are related to this case. So what was that thing? So, can you tell me about your movements around the prison? Okay, I went to meet Knightley 2 days ago around noon. And that's when you gave him the chessboard? That's right. And then that night I started setting up the stage in the courtyard. It was pretty tough going back and forth moving all the crates by myself. I left everything in workroom A. I left everything in workroom A, I think. Yes, just temporary storage. Workroom A, that's where the body was discovered. Oh, that's surely just a coincidence. Didn't your supervisor help you at all? No way! I can't let her do anything like that. That's my job. After I got everything ready, we started rehearsing. When we left, it was almost midnight. The show was set to start at 8 AM the next day and go until 10 AM. The only one who went in and out of where the body was found is Mr. Keys. And then the body was found just before the show ended. So, you know. Do you happen to know why you were arrested? It's weird how it happened so fast. I don't think that the pest guy would just have arrested on a whim, or have you arrested on a whim. I wouldn't put it past him, though. Well, maybe it's because of that. What that? When I was moving the crates, I decided to go check up on him. You know, nightly. You went directly into the detention block? Did you have permission? No, I had to sneak in. It wasn't a formal visit or anything. Well, that was your first mistake. Maybe not your first, but one of your mistakes. Didn't you already see him 2 days ago? Why would you go and do such a thing? Well, we're the only friends either of us has had since childhood. He was the same age as me. We never had real families. I just wanted to talk with him for a bit, so I went to see him. You didn't have a family? When I was younger, I lost the only family I had, my father. So is that it? I know all too well how it feels to lose your father at a young age. So you're the same as Mr. Edgeworth and me. So it was just the two of you talking at that time? Yes, all the other cells were empty and there weren't any guards nearby either. But then you got found out, and that's why they suspected you. What? Did I do something really bad? Something must have happened while Mr. Keys and Knightley were alone. That's probably the best logic. It seems that we'll need to talk with your supervisor as well. She should be here today too, probably in the courtyard. Ooh, sorry it turned out like this, boss. Simon, if there's anything we can do to help, just tell us. What? But I can't do anything in return. Don't you worry about that. We're your allies. That's because we're like birds of a feather. Right, Miss Edgeworth? Birds of a feather, huh? I suppose that's true. We have sufficient information about your past. I doubt you had a motive to kill Knightley. Rather, you are probably the most affected by his death. And I doubt someone as timid as you could work up the courage to murder someone. Alright, I'll get you out of here. We'll believe in you. Well, what do we have here? Starting to get a hang of the whole defense attorney gig. You sound a bit like your old man just now. Sounded. Me. Sound like my father. He would say, the defense attorney's job is to be an ally to the deserted. If you're going to ride that stallion into the sunrise, wait for me, I want in too. Mr. Shields, I think you mean sunset. Yeah, of course. It was just a joke. Want some candy? No, thank you. I don't like sweets. Well, this guy's a killer. He's definitely guilty. You don't like sweets? Go fucking straight to jail. No, wait, skip jail and go straight to hell. Maybe not, but still. Come on. How can you not like sweets? Oh, really? What a shame. What's wrong with the sunrise? The legendary Yatagarasu is all about the sun, since the sunlight always exposes the truth. Good grief. For now, let's just head to the prison courtyard and see what we can find there. Let's do that. Ah, the shutter's open. Finally. Yes, it looks like that way leads to the courtyard. So, what are we waiting for? Come on, let's get a move on. And she's off. She's certainly in high spirits. Are we gonna see someone else walk in there? No. I thought maybe we'd, see that screen for a second and some shady figure walks in from the left side. But no. In the courtyard. So this is the courtyard. Just before the body was discovered, the animal show was held here. Looks like just a carnival man. Carnival man. I bet it was lots of fun. What's up? The prisoners were gathered here when the body was found. So that means whoever saw the show has an alibi. We should start by checking the area for... Okay. Flobbered by the elephant. Cut it out, you! Help me, Mr. Edgeworth! You there! Stop there right this instant! Good job, Edgeworth. Someone, anyone help! Down, Antique, down! Who are... yes. I think I remember her. Looks like you found a new playmate. Good for you, Astique. I wasn't playing around. It wasn't playing around, it was about to eat me. I don't think elephants eat people. Huh? No way, that's impossible. This child doesn't bite. Often. Often, huh? People normally never get to play with an elephant up close, isn't it wonderful? No, it's not. It's wonderful, right? It was simply marvelous, little lady. Mr. Shields. Really? Oh, that makes me so happy. I mean, I definitely recall her from Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney 2. But do I recall her from this game? I don't know. I am still unclear on whether or not I've played this. So how about a hug, as thanks? Hey, watch where you swing that thing. Weren't you taught not to hit people with your trunk? It looks like Astique is friends with everyone. I am an assistant of this defense attorney. My name is Miles Edgeworth. Ah, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Regina Berry. Nice to meet you. I'm the great thief and defense attorney's assistant, Kay Faraday. That's a rather complicated job title. And the one playing with Mr. Elephant is the defense attorney, Mr. Ray Shields. It's not Mr. Elephant, it's Astique, the fantastic Asian elephant. You're incredible, Regina. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be Regina or Regina. Regina definitely exists as a name in some places. But I guess I'd go with Regina. You made Astique stop right away. Well, I am a wild animal tamer after all. Really? Then you must be Simon's supervisor. Yep, I'm the head of the Berry Big Circus's Wild Animal Tamer Division. The one and only Regina Berry. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Ace Attorney Ray Shields. It looks like he's the one she had a handle on. It looks like he's the one she had a handle on. Yes, she's perfect. What are you mumbling about, Kay? Look at her. She's energetic, fun-loving, and healthy. She could be the new member of the Yatagarasu. She'd be perfect as a great thief. A great thief? That sounds like fun. We could make a huge ruckus with the animals. Ah, you can't make a ruckus. A great thief is supposed to be quiet and sneaky, like. Well, but animals could provide a distraction, so that you guys could be sneaky. But the show needs to have flash. Being quiet is kind of boring. Aw, I guess she's not very thief-like after all. It seems there has been a breakdown in negotiations. Alright, let's get started, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's check out everything that looks suspicious. We'll even look through the barbed wire if we have to. Are you trying to tell me something with that? Yes, we need to gather more information about the case. we should also try talking with anyone connected to the case. I don't know whom you might be talking about there, Edgeworth. Danger, high voltage. These signs really do exist. On the other side you can see what appears to be the detention center's garden. It's just as Warden Rowland said, you can see the garden from her office. If it weren't for this barbed wire, we could take a look at the garden on the other side. What is Warden Rowland's prized garden? That is Warden Rowland's prized garden. I doubt she'd let us in so easily. Probably. It's the Berry Big Circus's Asian elephant, Astique. Supposedly very friendly with humans. Doesn't seem very friendly. It's your stern gaze, Miss Edgeworth. It must think you're the boss. Are you comparing me to an animal? That's not what I meant. I think it approves of you. That doesn't make me the least bit happy. Well, you should learn how to accept great compliments, Edgeworth. Also, there's a dead fish. There's a fish, some fish bones peeking out of that pond. Ribbit. What are you doing? Don't you know? If you croak like a frog at a pond, they will come towards you. The only things that are coming towards you are the water striders. Water striders are so cool. They're like ninjas. They glide gracefully on top of the water. I wish I could do that. What about the frogs? What about the frogs, Edgeworth? You want to talk about frogs some more? Can we go in there? That door is locked. Want me to pick the lock? Success is not guaranteed, though. No, if need be, I'll just borrow a key. Sheesh, I thought it was finally a chance for me to steal the spotlight. Don't even think about stealing anything in my presence. Not even the spotlight. Boo. It's a wicker crate. No, there are tires attached to it, so I guess it's a cart. It kinda smells like animals. They probably use this instead of a hand trolley at the circus. Just once I'd like to ride one of these bad boys down a hill. Ah, or maybe one of those office chairs with the wheels. Doesn't that sound like fun? What is she talking about? What, you never dream, Edgeworth? You never think about fun things? This is the stage where they put on the animal show. If I put on a Great Thief show, I wonder if anyone would come. I'm pretty sure the police would show up. Yeah. Oh hey, it's this guy again. Another two-screen thing. This crude-looking thing, looking well, seems handcrafted. Was it built by the inmates? There are a bunch of tools lying around the well. A long piece of rope and a heavy-looking weight. It weighs 33 pounds, it says right here. It also says 15 kilograms, which is a much better unit of measurement, of course. There's even a couple of pulleys. Okay, please stop touching other people's things. Stingy pants, I'm just checking stuff out. It's not like I'm going to take them home with me. Still, these tools, what were they used for? Are we not going to examine this place? No? Okay. Guess we're not that interested yet. Alright, fucker. Talk to us again. Shit. I had a pretty specific voice for him, didn't I? Mr. Attorney, how are we doing today? No, that wasn't it. How are we doing today? I don't know. We're doing... Hey, we just met a few moments ago. Please do forgive me. Ever since I've come here, I've been working on refining my speech. That's not the only thing that needs refining. Right now, I'm helping out with the cleanup of the show. But if there's anything you need, please let me know. You'll have my full cooperation. I'm in the middle of volunteer work right now, as you can see. I'm a model prisoner. I have been reborn inside this prison. Reborn as a thief. That was... the devil made me do it. How can you blame the devil? You're a disgrace to thieves. I have nothing to say. I still have much to learn. As a thief? But as you can see, I've exchanged my bracelet for a working one. I will continue to devote myself to being a model prisoner. Continue to, huh? Again with a model prisoner. Give it a rest already. I'm training to pay my debts to society once I become eligible for parole. So you were training instead of watching the animal show? So there were only two people who did not watch the show, Saw It and Dogen. Why didn't you say anything about Dogen earlier? Well, if you asked any inmate at this prison, they'd all think twice before telling you. That person is like the ruler of this place. Around here, we call him the supplier. By the way, this Dogen guy's design is very reminiscent of a, I guess, pretty well-known Japanese demon, well, pretty well-known, you know, in Japan, called the Nurarihon, which is like some kind of demon commander or something. I'm not that clear on the details either. But they look something like that guy, I think. So he's the supplier, huh? We heard about that before. The supplier. If you ask him nicely, he can provide you with anything you want. What? Is that allowed? Normally it's not allowed, but with him it's not. It's another story. He supposedly has a secret route to procure these goods. As the supplier, Dogen would be in a position of power. However, I have put all that behind me. All I care about now is applying mud packs to the animals. Mud packs. I coat the animal's fur with my mineral-rich mud packs to give it a beautiful shine. To help with my training, I give them to all the animals in prison, each and every one of them. Mud, huh? It could be related to that piece of evidence. I should present it to him. Okay. Mud, huh? Well, that's not mud, is it? Like, there were a bunch of dirty things, right? Small bruises? No, wait, covered in dirt, but like, I'm not sure if that's the right thing. Da, da, da. No, I guess I'll go with this. That has nothing to do with me, so I know nothing about it. Are you sure about that? I think you know more than you're letting on. Preposterous, from head to toe. There's not a single thing about me that is a lie. Because I am a model prisoner. The hair on his head is a lie, but it's probably better if I didn't say anything about it. Hey, Fiber. Yeah, he sure is. What has anything to do with mud? Well, I mean, he is a model prisoner, so he's clearly fine now. I guess I'll present the dirty guy. Thanks. Okay. Maybe I just haven't found that piece of info yet. Maybe I just have to look around some more because I. Thank you. Maybe there's more to see here. Maybe we can talk to you first. Head of the Wild Animal Tamer Division, are you Mr. Key's supervisor? That's right, Very Big Circus was created by my daddy. No, I don't. That would be silly. But Daddy died in a murder accident. Your dad is... But after that, our current ringmaster made the circus even bigger. The ringmaster is Daddy's close friend. He's like a funny uncle. Wow, a funny uncle. It's great, Regina. Yep, Uncle Mo established the Wild Animal Tamer Magic and Ventriloquist divisions. Only the Wild Animal Tamer and Ventriloquist divisions have subordinates, though. Very Big Circus is going to become even more fabulous. Yes, yes. Oh wait, that's Kate. Yes, yes, that sounds amazing. The way these two are carrying on, I'd hate to put a damper on things. But let's do it anyway, I guess. Could you tell us about the animal show? It's an amazing show. It has a storyline and everything. What's more, it's a love story. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Very nice. Are you the heroine, Regina Pie? Nope. The heroine of the show is Astique. And her partner is Regent the Tiger. It's about the forbidden love between an elephant and a tiger. Sounds amazing. Elephant and tiger, forbidden love. That's right, it's what they call a love triangle. Isn't it romantic? That's not what a love triangle is, but yes, definitely. It sounds amazing, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Heroine, Astique is a female elephant? Since it's a love triangle, shouldn't there be one more animal involved? Yep, the third animal. He's the one who interferes with that true love between Astique and Regent. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you think about what do you think it is? Well, since it's a circus, perhaps a lion? I think a crow would be nice. Well, why would you think that, Kay? That's totally strange. Hehehe, the third animal is a naughty little monkey. Yeah, that's what I thought. The scale suddenly got smaller. Ah, Money the Monkey! Nope, the one who plays the role of the monkey is Simon. Oh. She's not in prison, she performed here with the circus. She was innocent. She's just part of the Very Big Circus still, and they did a performance in the prison. Money is a little too small. He's like the villain who tries to break up the love between Astique and Regent. How will Astique and Regent control their own destiny? Isn't it wonderful? I guess. I thought Mr. Keys just did all the grunt work. Wouldn't you feel sorry for Simon if he didn't get up to perform on stage? So why didn't he tell us about that? Jeez, Simon. Could you tell me about the preparations for the show? Simon handled everything, so I don't know very much about it. Simon insisted on it. He wanted me to focus on the show. I saw Simon doing something near the well, though. The well. If I recall, it was behind the stage. I'd better go take a look at it later. Yeah, we could have just taken a look when we first went there. But I guess now's the time. He even moved this giant cage all by himself. Simon is such a nice guy. That sounds like something Simon would do. While crying profusely. During the preparation, Simon went back and forth between the workroom and the courtyard. We were using the workroom to store our equipment. Only Simon entered that room, so I don't know anything about it. The workroom. Was it the one where we found the dead body? Probably. So Simon was the only one who entered workroom A. Man, the bad news just keeps on coming. Mr. Lawyer, please promise me you'll help Simon. Don't worry. Despite his looks, Mr. Edgeworth is really amazing. Despite my looks? And just what is wrong with the way I look? Oh my. It's her. There you are, Regina darling. Ah, Miss Rowland. I was looking all over for you. I wanted to have a little chat with you. Okay, well, I guess let's talk to you two while you're here. The prison. Could you tell me a little about this prison? Currently, this place is my pride and joy, which I like to call our home. I don't know. When I first came here, this prison was in a terrible state. Terrible state? You mean the prison's attitudes? Prisoners' attitudes? There are no bad children in my family. It was the environment that was terrible. That's why, after giving it a lot of thought, I enlisted the help of the animals. Being together with animals will soften up even the most hardened criminals. Right now, everyone has returned to their most honest self. Well, apparently not everyone, huh? Just take a look at Frankly. He's a model prisoner. Frankie, not Frankly. A model prisoner who was trying to steal from a dead body. I guess we're talking more about him. There are lots of model prisoners here, but Frankie is number one. He's proactive with his job training and helps out with the chores. Don't the other model prisoners do job training and chores? Eh? Don't be silly. They all do, of course. It's just that Frankie here, he has his sights set on something different. Something feels strange. In any case, he's a very good boy. Please get along with one another. Well, I wouldn't necessarily call him that, but... The enchanting the enchanting music, the prancing animals, the Berry Big Circus is fabulous. If you come here, you can see a show once a month. Really? Then maybe I should... Was she just thinking about committing a crime? Once a month, you said. Is it always the Berry Big Circus? Of course, I am Regina Darling's biggest fan. My darling Regina, she's just so fabulous. She's such a cutie pie, I could just eat her up. Maybe refrain from doing that. She really likes her darling Regina. That's why I'm worried about poor little Simon. If he is found guilty, Regina Darling will be heartbroken. Mr. Lawyer, please take care of little Simon. If there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Okay, well, I don't think I have anything much to show you right now. Maybe... Prison roll call. Maybe you can give me details about this. I'd like to hear your thoughts about this. Very well. Come here, you. Let go of my hand. It's not what I wanted you to look at. Oh my, I'm sorry. How thoughtless of me. A proper greeting should begin with a hug and a kiss. This isn't a joke. Okay. Didn't think I would get anything out of that, but I thought I might as well try. Do you know about the stolen uniform? Nope. What was the key again? During the attack on the guard, the key to Knightly Silverstone, right? Probably don't have anything to say about that either, do you? Yeah. I guess I'll just look around a little more. Now that we have access to this well here, probably. Oh, huh. Why not? That's a little weird to me. Can I get on the stage now? Maybe with our permission we can enter the garden? No? Okay. Maybe with our permission we can get in here? No. Maybe if I just show her the floor plans, maybe she'll tell us something. No. Maybe she has something to say about the footage. Nope. Oh. That's a different expression, eh? Her expression changed. Could you tell me about this family member? You're mistaken. Those outside of my circle of love are not called family members. I see. So there are things that are outside of her control. Okay. This facility is filled with my love. Once you step inside, you won't be able to leave. You'll form iron bonds. So you're saying that the security here is flawless. Come now, would you please stop using such crude words like security? Chains of love. It's the bonds that bind them. She thinks everything's alright because of her tight bonds. What about Sard's broken bracelet? Well... Still don't know what to show this guy, which supposedly has something to do with mud. But let's just, I don't know, try the video, I guess, I don't know. Yep. Please have a look. As you can see, I have exchanged my bracelet. And it's all thanks to you. Good for you. It's really all because of you. No, it's all thanks to you. I truly mean it, this bracelet, it was all your doing. I had to get this exchanged, all thanks to you. He still seems pretty angry, not the least bit repentant. Yeah. I seriously don't know about any mud. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Where did the mud... Oh, I guess there was mud on... There was mud on this? There's blood and some black shit. Oh, blood and mud, huh. I guess this is mud. Okay. Oops. That's the mud from my mud packs. At the time, I was practicing applying my mud packs. Could you tell me when this took place on the day of the incident? Since the animal show had started, I'd say it was around 9 AM. The mud packs turned the animal's bodies pitch black, and my heart was pure white. I was totally engrossed with covering the animals in mud. Prison life must be taxing on his stress levels. Thanks to the warden's policies, I can undergo job training here. I owe her a debt of gratitude. Okay. But really, I would have loved to show everyone yesterday. Also, you know, about the blood packs making all the animals look black. Strange that whatever we see in here is a black silhouette, huh? And also that, from the video, it really didn't look anything like this giant big dog here. Except for the fact that it was black. You did a wonderful job on the stage, Regina, darling. Yeah, I'm so happy to hear that. I'm glad all the prisoners came to see it. Almost all the prisoners. Well, about that, just between you and me, not everyone came to see the show. That would be Dogen and saw it, I imagine. There were 3 people who didn't see the show yesterday. Oh. Unbelievable, really. 3, huh? Excuse me, but did you say there were 3 prisoners who did not see the show? That's right, I took a count and there were 3 empty seats. And we even had the correct number of seats set out. Doesn't that seem weird to you, Mr. Edgeworth? It does. We had thought that Dogen and Saw It were the only 2 prisoners. We're not present in the courtyard during the show. But that doesn't add up. Where did the 3rd person go? Further investigation is needed. Ah, I was having so much fun talking to you, Regina darling, that I completely forgot. It's time to feed my baby. My baby? She's got a crocodile or something. Ah! Yep. It's an alligator! Oh, Allie, you look as cute as ever. Oh, how cute! So her name is Allie? Yep, she's Allie the alligator. She's my favorite out of all my family. Well, that's not, that's not very nice, is it? How lovely! I want to try petting it. If Virginia darling wants to pet it, go right ahead and I'll allow it. They seem pretty excited. We need to go check the prison cells, don't we? That's right. Let's look for the third prisoner who didn't see the animal chip. That's why we're leaving. Not because we're all scared of the giant alligator. And now we're back in the prison hallway. Mr. Edgeworth, I finally found you, sir. This gumshoe music is always kind of nice. Just hear. Detective Gumshoe, I take it the investigation is running smoothly. The judge and that prosecutor haven't shown up yet. Oh yeah, I also got your message, sir. What was the result of the examination of the victim's cell? We hit the jackpot, sir. Traces of blood were found on the cell floor. There wasn't a whole lot there, though. This should prove that the murder occurred in the holding cell. Indeed, the probability has increased. However, we still cannot say for certain. I thought you'd say that, sir. So I asked the lab guys to look into it a little further. They're running an analysis on the blood, so we'll know soon if it's the victim's or not. Way to go, Gummy. Good thinking. Detective, you've outdone yourself. What caused this sudden foresight? I'm actually a little hurt that you're so surprised by it, sir. I hope nothing bad comes of this. Yeah, him being a veteran of the detective force, that shouldn't be surprising. But it kind of is. Once we get the results, we can prove that the scene was the holding cell, which leaves finding out how that doggy managed to sneak his way in there. Just leave that to me, pal. Since that other prosecutor isn't here, we can investigate as much as we want. Really, where is he? That's why I brought my secret weapons with me. Secret weapons? That's right, pal. They've gotten us out of a few jams before. Take a gander at Dick Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons. I only remember 3. Looks like he'll come in handy. Want to take up his offer, Miles? Detective, please allow us the use of your secret weapons. Sure thing, sir. First, I'll give you a rundown. Secret weapon number 1, the trusty metal detector. Yeah, I know that one. Perfect for finding all kinds of metallic objects. As its name implies. Next, secret weapon number 2, everyone's favorite pal, missile. Yeah, I remember that one too. He can track any scent you want, especially the scent of food. He's much cuter than Mr. Dogen's dog. I mean, you know. Not everyone would agree with that, but I think I do. And then secret weapon number 3, it's this. Isn't that a fishing pole? What are you trying to catch? No, actually, I just brought it by accident. Never mind that. What's next, detective? That's all of them, sir. What? You called them the 7 secret weapons, but there's only 3 of them. That's all I have for now, pal. We can use the rest next time. I can't just reveal them all at once. Why do you think they're called secret weapons, pal? It doesn't matter. We'll just use the 3 that he's provided. Alright, which one do you want to use? I'm thinking missile probably makes the most sense. Missile. Unless we have a spot where we want to use the metal detector, which I don't think we do currently, so let's go for missile. Do you want missile, sir? Hey pal, over here, missile. Cute dog. There he is. Let's decide what scent he should track down. We are searching for the route Dogan's dog used to get to the detention cell. This route would have also been the same path used to carry the body to the prison. So if we have him track the scent of the body, that should lead us to the path. Well, I thought we'd give him represent a piece of evidence, but I guess we're just starting here. Don't you smell something sweet? Really? All I can smell is the scent of blood. It's a very faint scent, like cake or something. The scent of cake from the body? Alright, missile, get a good whiff of that scent, pal. We're going. Come on, let's follow after him. That way is... He's heading towards the special cell. And he's gone straight inside. Yes, let's follow him. Well, I don't see Dogan right now. This is Dogan's cell, but it looks like he's absent at the moment. Maybe he's being interrogated. What's in here? Shh, I think he's found something. Oh no, he's mad. Looks a lot less cute with that expression. What could there be in this room? Plenty of things. Miss Edgeworth, we better take a look. Okay, well first let's take a look at these cookies. A teacup and biscuits. I suppose he has his tea time in here too. Playing chess while drinking tea in his cell. Isn't this going a bit overboard with the special treatment? It's like he gets whatever he wants. Don't complain to me. You should tell him yourself. I think I'll pass on that. Well, there's some stuff here. Look at this, Miss Edgeworth. There's a small chisel here. I'm not well versed in woodworking, but this seems to be a pocket-sized chisel. A pocket-sized chisel? It must be convenient to have one wherever you go. Is that from a thief's point of view? No, it's from a great thief's point of view. She didn't even skip a beat. Good old Kay. What, can't look at the Buddha bead things? It's the chisels Dogan uses, more than enough for him to murder someone with. Speaking of chisels, it kind of looks like someone used a chisel on your forehead, Mr. Edgeworth. And what is that supposed to mean? See, the furrow between your brow is getting deeper. It looks just like a carving. I would leave the subject alone if I were you. Damn, son. Kay being absolutely vicious. It's Dogan's chessboard. It still has that hound piece on it. Ah, the chessboard has legs. Aren't these things expensive? They can be. This is very good craftsmanship. Mr. Dogan playing chess is kinda unexpected, you know. I figured he'd be more of a Go player or something like that. Go. Do you play Go, Kay? I'm really good at Go Bang. I don't know what Go Bang is. But that's not Go. What now? Missile, maybe... This is what you're looking at? What you're barking at? Woof, 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 woof. Whoa, hey! Knock it off, pal. Woof, 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 woof. Chocolate cake is bad for dogs. If that's how it's gonna be, I'll eat it all myself. Wow, that was pretty good. Wow, that was fast also. Good for you, but it looks like someone else has a problem with that. That wasn't fair, Gummy. I want you to eat it too. Where did he even get it from? I doubt it's wise to eat food you find lying around a prison. Anyway, I guess Missile was barking at the cake, sir. That was pointless. Is that police dog going to get the job done? He's fine, pal. He was just following his stomach instead of his nose. Let's track down the scent of the body for real this time, Missile. Well, where are we going now? Oh, looks like he's found something else, sir. Now it's this cell. This would be Mr. Elbert's cell. I'd like to examine the interior, Detective. Call the guard. Roger that, sir. Could he be involved further than we thought? Good work, Detective. By the way, is J. Elbert still being held in the disciplinary room? No, he should have already returned. He was present during the noon roll call. He may have been assigned to work someplace else. I see. Well then, may we examine the cell? Yes, sir. Okay, let's look at this piece of equipment. The sandbag shows no sign. Haha, you want a box too, Miss Al? Ha ha ha. Look at him go. It can't be. Detective, move the sandbag at once. Damn it, I accidentally uncovered the secret first try. It's a hole! A hole? This is... Woof woof woof. Hey, Miss O, come back here. I'm going too. Hold it. I'll stop them, sir. Will you? It's too tight for me, sir. I mean, I could have told you that. Detective. It can't be helped. I'll have to wait for her to contact me. Well, 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 Mr. Elbert. Had some more secrets, didn't you? Hello? Kay, are you alright? Don't get so worked up. Right now I'm in the detention center. The detention center? That hole comes out at Nightly's cell. Really? Stay where you are, I'm coming over there now. Solved the one mystery. The detention center. How did Gumshoe get here before us? Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, I really helped out, didn't I? Indeed. She doesn't appear to be injured. The floorboards have been ripped out from under the bed, sir. How did we not find that earlier? We even cleaned up the... Well, we didn't clean up, but we checked the floor for that, you know, for that place where it was wiped. How do we not see that? Come on. I see. It seems we found what we were looking for. The passageway between the detention center and the prison is blocked by solid doors. However, there was a secret underground tunnel beneath it. We were following a sweet scent and arrived here. That means... the scent must have come from Knightley's body. Has a sweet scent. Come to think of it, his body was covered in dirt. It may have been caused by passing through this tunnel. Kay, what was the inside of the tunnel like? It was pitch black, so I really couldn't see much, but I took some photos. Please show us. Some spoons and forks and mugs. This is also some kanji or something? Spoons and forks. Were these used to dig the tunnel? But more importantly, what are these footprints? I guess they're footprints? Kind of hard to tell. I guess... Sure, those could be footprints. These footprints, could they belong to a dog? They could belong to the pet that the warden has around her neck. The animal, I should say. This will surely be vital evidence. However, before we consider that, we have a big problem. A problem? J. Elbert could use this tunnel to move around freely. Detective, confirm his whereabouts post-haste. Perhaps he's... You may be right, sir. This is a big deal. After speaking with the guards, the search for J. Elbert was carried out immediately. They searched every nook and cranny of the detention center and the prison. But in the end, they found no sign of him. Mysterious. detention center, hallway. Did you contact the police? Yes, ma'am. We've already done that. We've set up a security perimeter around the prison, ma'am. Right. This is the first scandal in our prison's history, is it? Wouldn't Knightley having died here be at least as much of a scandal? We're so sorry. She's completely different from before. Mr. Edgeworth, was it? Thank you for finding the escapee's tunnel. But it's a little too late. Mr. Albert has long since left here. I don't believe he has gone beyond the detention center. There are security gates located at the exit of the detention center. I believe it would have been difficult to get through those, wouldn't you agree? Maybe he has another tunnel. We certainly can't deny that possibility, however. Anyway, there's no use in being here now. Please return to your investigation. Yes, we'll do that. You guys get back to your posts too. Yes, ma'am. Detective Gumshoe, sir. We've got results of that blood test you requested. Good work, pal. These are the forensic results on the blood stain found in Knightley's cell. So what is it, Miss Edgeworth? What does it say? The blood is confirmed to have been Knightley's. Hey, now that's good news. We found the blood-stained in Knightley's cell and discovered the tunnel the dog used. Furthermore, the security camera shows footage of a dog attacking Knightley in his cell. I wouldn't say that's a dog still. Much too small to be that specific dog, at least. We have all the evidence we need. It's time we ask Dogen a few questions. Dogen, did you say? Please use utmost caution. That man even has henchmen outside of the prison. Outside of the prison? Is this related to his secret trade routes as the supplier? The police have been searching for Dogen's henchmen for ages. I've also been helping them, but... So that means back then. So he still won't talk? Even after all the trouble you went through to get the evidence transferred from the precinct. That's right, I don't know how many times I've tried. I can't report back empty-handed. That assassin sure is one tough cookie, huh? You had evidence transferred from the precinct. Yes, we borrowed all the evidence concerning Dogen. I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but no matter how much evidence we have on him, we can't get a single word out of him. The warden interrogates him herself. Why go that far? Because she's in on the trades! It's all a setup. Lose your focus and he'll eat you alive. Be on your guard. Whoa, you've made Uncle Ray a little nervous. Referring to yourself as Uncle something is definitely a cool move. Hey, there's our friends. And also the best. Judge Courtney, what are you doing here? Questioning a prisoner. Did you forget that we're investigating as well? Or rather, have you forgotten my warning? If you value your badge, you should not have appeared before me again. I'm sorry, if you thought that I would abide by those words. I won't overlook something important just to heed your warning. I've come for a testimony about the truth of this case, which you have overlooked. You mean to say you require my humble services? As I promised, I've returned to prove that you are the culprit, but I don't actually think it's him. Maybe it is, but I feel like it's not. I feel like I remember that it's not. It's basically what I'm saying. Interesting. Do tell. Objection! Shut up, you. Before that, you should first listen to our reasoning. We can say with confidence that Simon Keyes is the culprit. Only Simon Keyes could have moved Mr. Knightley into the prison. And we can show proof of this fact. But first, I'd like to hear your resolve, Prosecutor Edgeworth. If your reasoning is correct, will you submit it to us? If our reasoning, will you submit it to us? Your prosecutor's badge?
You'll deprive him of his badge? Is that a threat, pal?
No, it's not a threat, rather an act of compassion. Normally, I wouldn't even have taken notice of you, since you have no right to investigate. However, if you are able to show proper resolve, I would be willing to let you be my opponent. Are you willing to risk it? Your prosecutor's badge?
Miss Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Good old confident Miles. Very well. I trust my own reasoning, but moreover, at the moment I am currently a defense attorney's assistant, first and prosecutor second. I will not sully the good name of the Edgeworth law offices. Scored some brownie points there. I intend to see my job through. I won't yield to your threats. So be it. Is this bravery or simply foolishness? On the goddess of law's behalf, I shall be the judge of that. Sebastian, allow me to.
Yeah, I got it. I'm counting on you, Justine.
And I'm counting on my water to hydrate me. I hope it can. I've heard it does that. I presume you know of the incident Mr. Knightley caused the day before yesterday. He attacked a guard and stole his keys. Afterwards, Simon Keyes stopped by his cell with an animal cage from the show. During this time, Mr. Knightley was able to use the stolen key to exit his cell. He then hit the cage while it was moved to the prison workroom. Okay. So Mr. Keyes went to his cell after all. After hearing you talk about the security camera yesterday, we investigated it ourselves. Why don't you have a look? I have here a printout of the security camera footage. This is the moment when Mr. Keyes visited Knightley. Exactly. As you can see, the cage creates a huge blind spot in the cell. By using this blind spot, Mr. Knightley could have entered the cage. That is our reasoning. A blind spot. That means the camera doesn't actually show him entering the cage. At this time, there's still the possibility that Knightley never left his cell. But why would he be hiding inside an animal cage? Mr. Knightley was planning to escape from prison. That is the only possibility. A prison escape? That's so cool! First Mr. Elbert, and now Mr. Knightley. I won't let them show me up. Okay, this isn't the time to get excited. J. Albert's escape is no laughing matter. Simon Keyes was aiding Mr. Knightley in his escape. In other words, he was an accomplice. Not bad, Simon. Don't praise him. That cage was transported temporarily to the workroom. That cage. Whatever. Originally, Mr. Knightley was to remain hidden until the end of the animal show. He would then be carried out along with the cage. I presume that was the plan. However, midway through the plan, he was betrayed by Simon Keyes and murdered. Judge Courtney's reasoning does appear to make sense. However, there must be a hole somewhere. I wonder if that pun, that was an intentional hint with the hole there. I must not overlook anything. Movement toward the purple bar. I presume you know the incidents, right? Because let's just press until we find something that we have evidence for. Usual strategy. Shouldn't even have to say it. Judge Courtney, about this incident. You do not know of it? That would be unbecoming of you, Ace Attorney Miles Edgeworth. Naturally I know of it. However, he said... In that case, this is a waste of time. I shall continue, Mr. Knightley. He attacked a guard and stole his keys. Well... Maybe she will just do that with everything we ask about. Do you have proof Knightley stole the keys? It is the only explanation as to why Mr. Knightley would have attacked the guard. We will know for certain the moment the guard regains consciousness. Still out, huh? Is that really true? Should I ask Judge Courtney for more information? I mean, wouldn't hurt, right? There's one point in your reasoning that is odd. If Knightley did indeed steal the key, I expect he tried to escape immediately. Was it really necessary for him to wait for Mr. Keys to help him escape? He simply chose the method with the highest probability of success. After stealing the key, he concealed it on his personage. As he waited for the opportune moment, that is what I believe. He concealed the key. Judge Courtney, such an oversight is unlike you. Knightley could not have concealed the key, and I can prove it. Knightley did not hide the key, and the proof is... During the attack on the guard, the key to Knightley's cell was stolen, current location unknown. I mean, the location being unknown is pretty weird. Stolen from a locker in the detention center. Has small bruises on his head. Has a sweet scent. I mean, I'd say it's just the keys themselves.
Take that!
Yeah. Haven't the guards informed you yet? They searched Knightley after he attacked the guard, and the key was nowhere to be found. Since the key's location is unknown, your logic doesn't hold. No shocked reactions there. What a lady. That is not an issue. There's an explanation. Mr. Knightley had the key. It simply wasn't found. Wow. Cool. The reason being, he concealed it inside the chessboard. The chessboard? You mean the one that concealed the murder weapon? Come now, how do we know whether or not the murder weapon was really there? What? Take some responsibility for your own words. That was all Sebastian's idea after all. So those two don't always agree on their reasoning. Makes sense. In other words, once we put all the pieces together, Mr. Knightley concealed the key he stole from the guard inside the chessboard. When Simon Keyes arrived, Mr. Knightley used the key to slip out of his cell. He entered the animal cage and was transported to the workroom. All thanks to his accomplice, Simon Keyes. Mr. Knightley had planned to be carried outside after the show had ended. However, he was betrayed by his accomplice and murdered during the circus performance.
Bruh.
Mr. Keyes performed in the show. You would have had no opportunity to murder him during the circus performance. Oh no. No opportunity, is that so? A story plays itself out on the stage, and such was the case with the animal show. So she examined the contents of the show. The suspect plays the role of the villain who antagonizes the elephant heroine. In the final act, the villain is defeated by the heroine's love and all ends well. At that point, the suspect, in the role of the villain, is blown away by the heroine's burning love and makes his exit. Blown away by the elephant? Was he hurt? After being blown away, the suspect disappeared from the stage. The suspect was absent from the stage for about 15 minutes. Are you saying the crime was committed during that time? Even in such a short period of time, it would still be possible to carry out the murder. Don't you think so?
Objection!
Nice conjecture. So he committed the crime in 15 minutes and then returned to the stage. That may have been possible if the crime scene had been in the prison. Judge Courtney, the actual crime took place in the detention center. I'm afraid I cannot accept that camera footage alone as evidence. As for evidence, I have it. Well then, please show us your evidence. Where is the evidence that shows the scene of the crime was the detention center?
Is the blood stain? Is the blood with the wiped floor with a blood stain?
Take that!
That's the one.
This is the floor? Oh, goodness of goddess of law, I am unable to comprehend your mysterious ways. This is what we discovered. The area here was tested positive for Mr. Knightley's blood. This blood test? Can it really be trusted? To begin with, how were we able to conduct a scientific investigation? I happen to have a subordinate. I can't vouch for his competence, but he is a man that I trust.
Who could we be talking about?
That detective. This concerns me. I cannot think why one would disturb the order of law. The prosecutorial investigation committee's influence goes as far as the police department.
Mr. Gummy's in trouble.
Forgive me, detective. I'm afraid something bad may come of this. I will accept the fact that blood was found at the detention center as evidence. However...
What now? How ridiculous! This is unthinkable of you, you third-rate prosecutor.
Mr. De Best, you here? I'd completely forgotten about him.
There's a giant contradiction in your statement. According to the security tape, a dog killed Knightley in his cell. Then, after he left the cell, the blood on the floor was wiped away. Huh? Did the dog wipe away the bloodstains? As if that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, that is true.
That is possible. Of my Anubis, right, boy? Ah!
That was one of the tricks I taught him while I was still in the outside world. He makes sure to hide any bloodstains he makes. But I doubt he'd do that with a torn-off newspaper. So as to not leave behind any evidence. I was saved, if only by chance. Shouldn't you have taught your dog to shake or something? Anubis also performs that trick very well. But the shake I taught him is a little different from others. First, he bites the victim's hand.
Stop, stop, stop! I don't want to hear anymore.
Why not? It's probably a cute trick. A party trick. I see, I understand, Prosecutor Edgeworth. It appears you've gathered a good hand. I'm glad to understand.
My argument isn't over yet.
Objection overruled.
Hey now, that's a little harsh.
Sebastian, would you allow me the privilege of explaining?
Sure, Justine.
Do you finally realize the murder occurred in the detention center, therefore that assassin's pet dog? My opinion has not changed. Unless I can understand how the dog was able to enter and leave the crime scene. Well, don't we have just a bit of info for that? I'm afraid I cannot accept your logic, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I've been waiting for you to say that. Now let me show you. This evidence shows the route the dog used to go between the detention center and the prison. I'm guessing we were supposed to show the photo, but I kind of want to see if we drew in the... No, we didn't. Wait, actually. No, we didn't. There's the tunnel footprints. Probably.
Take that!
Ah! This photo. It shows a secret tunnel hidden in the prison. That's impossible! A secret tunnel! This tunnel was dug by the escaped prisoner J. Elbert. I mean, at least it seems like it was. It begins in his prison cell, and it's connected to a holding cell in the detention center. Namely, the victim's cell. Ah! I'm shocked. How did this? Dogen, you must have known of this, since you used this tunnel to commit murder. What now? In the name of the goddess of law, I hereby reject Prosecutor Edgeworth's claim. He's not a prosecutor right now.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Jeez, calm down, lady. Evidence is everything. That remains true here, just as in the courtroom. Isn't that right? I have evidence here. Horace Knightley's autopsy report. Autopsy report? Since when? Why are you surprised? This was delivered straight from the prison, from the police a short while ago. It's not complete yet, more of a preliminary report. Here, the very word of the goddess of law is written. Cause of death, stab wound to the neck, died instantly. Murder weapon, sharp metal object. The victim was stabbed multiple times in the same spot with a sharp object. Although they were unable to determine the actual shape of the murder weapon, they have clear proof that it was a sharp metal object. So, do you still stand by your claim? That a dog used a sharp object to kill the victim? I mean, I don't put it past Dogen to have trained his dog to do that, but I still don't think that dog was the one. This can't be! That is all. The court is adjourned.
Objection!
But wait, the tunnel contains the dog's footprints. Perhaps it may have been one of Anubis's walking courses. I can never tell what Anubis gets up to outside my cell. Something feels unnatural about all this, but I have no evidence. Courtney Pye, he sure pulled out a hidden gem at the very last moment. She waited for the perfect time to review the autopsy report. Have I let her out with me again? Appointed Attorney Shields. Here's the autopsy report from earlier. I apologize for the delay. No, it's alright. Thank you. Okay. I'll gladly accept it. Mr. Shields, I don't believe it's necessary to hold hands while exchanging documents. You'd be wrong about that. I'd advise you to stop. Huh? Persist any longer, and I shall call on the strength of the goddess of law. I'll be careful. Justine, well done, just as I planned. I only acted in accordance to your instructions. I don't think that's true. The autopsy report came straight from the police, if I can't refute it. Let me close my blinds real quick. Done. However, if the murder weapon wasn't the dog, Dogen will be cleared of suspicion. The merciful goddess of law so decrees. If you choose to yield now, your badge will not be taken. What will you do, sir? She says that, but... My answer remains the same. Judge Courtney, it is as I said before. I will see my job through. I will not yield to threats. So even now, you still refuse to give up. If you want to keep your badge, this may be your last chance. Right now, I am a defense attorney's assistant. What I protect is not my badge, but my client, How honorable. The goddess of law grows weary of your sentiment.
Hold it.
Now we're talking. Miles is starting to understand that a defense attorney never gives up. Actually, those were the words of your old man. My father. It really is in your blood. You're the spitting image of him right now. You said it yourself. You've changed since you were tainted by Von Karma. It's only now that I've actually come to believe it. Mr. Shields. Well then, Miles. Now's the time to put those skills to the test. Think beyond your limits. If the murder weapon was a sharp object, does that really negate your reasoning? The murder weapon was a sharp object. That's it. There were 5 chisels placed inside a special cell. Dogen is a former assassin. It's quite possible he could kill someone with just a chisel. In that case, the weapon that killed Horace Knightley was...
A machine gun.
Is that all? I didn't get to read that, but whatever. Evidence is everything, didn't you say? The murder weapon was a sharp metal object. However, such a weapon has yet to be found.
What? So what are you trying to say?
The only decisive evidence is the actual murder weapon itself. And that was in plain sight this whole time. The real murder weapon is... Dogen's chisel.
What did you say?
Take responsibility for your own statements. The scene of the crime was Mr. Knightley's cell. You said so yourself. If the evidence changes, then so will my logic. That too is courtroom procedure, is it not? If the chisel was used, that means the killer was human. However, the fact remains that we cannot deny the security photo.
Yeah, what about that photo?
I'll give you the answer. This photo shows the moment.
The dog killed the victim. The dog leapt at the victim. Or someone attacked the dog. Ooh. Well, the dog leapt at the victim, right? I mean, let's look at it again just to make sure. I don't think... Shit! We can't look at it.
Dogen's dog leapt at Knightley. However, the victim did not die at that time. Didn't die. He was only knocked unconscious. The dog didn't move a dead body. It moved the unconscious Knightley. And the real killer was its owner.
I see. If the victim was moved, it would have been impossible for Dogen to commit the murder. It would have been possible, not impossible.
And use the murder weapon. Indeed, the killer is Sirhan Dogen. It can only be you.
I bet your teacher used to write on your report card. Needs to pay more attention on what others say.
I would think that describes you more.
We examined that room, every nook and every crook and granny, right, Justine?
Yes, exactly those things. We examined all 4 of Mr. Dogen's chisels. 4, you say, huh? And found no traces of blood. Thank you, Judge Courtney. Thanks to you, I am now certain. Thanks to me? Whatever do you mean? When I came here earlier, I saw 5 chisels. That's right. There were definitely 5 there before. Wait, Kay said that. Whatever.
So the one that disappeared was...
the smallest one. Presumably for portable use. Dogen, where's that chisel?
I'm not free to leave this place. I have no need of a portable chisel.
Not free to leave. In that case, he mustn't have been free to hide the deadly chisel either.
Being all smug again.
Dogen, you just dug your own grave. It seems you know something. Would you care to show it? Dogen couldn't leave, so the place he hid the chisel is, somewhere in his cell.
Couldn't really be anywhere else, right?
Maybe it's inside the chessboard, maybe inside the special dog figure. Dogen is a prisoner, so he can't leave his cell freely. Perhaps he could have sent his dog out to dispose of it. But he would not have been able to confirm the weapon's location. So what does that leave? Above all else, special metal tools are allowed in this cell. Even if one chisel were to appear here, no one would suspect a thing. You'd be a fool not to take advantage of that. You see, of course, it's always safest if you do something yourself. But I examined everything. I didn't find any hiding places in this cell. Or maybe you didn't. I am certain that the murder weapon is here. The reason you haven't found it is because it was cleverly hidden. You say I hid it? Where exactly? Think. Where could he have hidden it? I have to remember everything up to this point. There must be some clue. Does this mean what I think it means? Let's get going, Mr. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, that dog hasn't barked at me once today. Previously, when I came to the special cell, it barked on Dogen's command. That's it. That's what's been out of place. There's just one place he could have hidden the murder weapon. Giving up already? How dull, how dull.
Hold it!
I will present evidence. This piece of evidence shows where you concealed the murder weapon. I mean, given what we just heard, I guess it's the dog.
Take that!
Hasn't your dog been awfully quiet today? Now that you mention it, it hasn't barked at all. Before it was. Sir Han Dogen, open that dog's mouth now. Anubis doesn't bark needlessly. I ordered him to do that before. In that case, order it to bark now. Naturally, you should be able to, if you have nothing to hide. It was inevitable. Anubis, show them your mouth. Oh my god. As you can see, a dog of this size can easily conceal its... What? Why a chisel? The dog really had one in its mouth. I thought he was unusually quiet. Was he unable to follow the discussion? Sebastian, could you call the forensics department? Urgently, please. I got it. Oh hey. A reaction. This chisel tests positive for blood. What? I guess that proves my theory wasn't just nonsense. Hey, would this chisel be the murder weapon then? It reacted positively for blood. There's no doubt about it. Or is there? Mr. Sir Han Dogen, now that the murder weapon has been found, I must ask you for your testimony. We know how your dog got to the detention center, and we found the murder weapon. Do you still think you can talk your way out of this? Interesting. This guy, even at a time like this, he's still smiling. Well, Anubis, it seems everyone has become suspicious of you. It's quite troubling, but since it has come to this, we have no choice but to tell the truth. I did not kill anyone. I've long since grown weary of killing. What's this? His face looks completely composed. It seems we'll need to listen to Mr. Dogen's explanation. Please promptly give your testimony. Certainly. It's gonna be just fine. First of all, I would like you to explain my motive. I do not know anyone by the name of Knightley. We share no connection. Oh yeah, but yes you do. So, I wouldn't think some motive for murder would just appear out of nowhere. Or are you insinuating my Anubis had a motive? He only bares his fangs at others on my command. I do not hunger for blood, so much as to kill a man I do not even know. Coming from an assassin, it sure is persuasive. Huh, an assassin who only kills acquaintances. I doubt that would be profitable. I may kill strangers in my line of work, but I never make it personal. Is there evidence that shows a connection between Knightley and Dogen? Yes, there is. I should thoroughly review the evidence once more. Yep. Don't know anyone by the name of Knightley, no connection. Well, I think you'll find that you do. I guess the argument here could be that he doesn't know who that person is, right? But let's try it anyway. Okay. You've lost your touch, Sir Dogen. If you had your dog clean up after you, you should have disposed of this too. This is a record of a correspondence chess game found in the victim's cell. This record, and the chessboard in your cell, both clearly depict the same game. What? I've heard that the number of possible chess positions is about 10 by the power of 120. 10 times 10 times 120 times 100, 1000, is that even a real number? Indeed, there's absolutely no way these two could have coincided by chance. I think there is a way, but it is unlikely. Tell us your reason for killing Knightley, unless you intend to explain this as a coincidence. Well, don't they say that the truth is stranger than fiction? Yeah, I don't think he knew. It is as he said, this is merely a coincidence. But there's no way that could have happened. My correspondence chess opponent was the victim in this incident. What a horrible coincidence. Aren't you shocked too, Anubis? Looks like I'll have to tell them the truth, Anubis, my boy. The animal show, or something that was when... or something, that was when everyone left. Anubis brought the body to my cell. He had already been stabbed in the neck and with the murder weapon. I did not wish to be suspected, so I had Anubis carry the body to the workroom. After that, he pulled out the murder weapon and returned to me. So you're saying the one who pulled the weapon out was Anubis? That's right. If I pulled out the murder weapon here, the blood would have been a problem. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't this what that Saw It guy said? A large black dog was biting into the neck of the victim. A hallucine, yeah. I see. So that means Saw It witnessed the moment the murder weapon was pulled out. Oh yes, that prisoner's testimony. It surprised me when I first heard it. It's not often that Anubis makes a blunder like that, right boy? Now, I believe that explains my actions. I did not kill him. All I did was remove the murder weapon. Now, will that be all? Anubis is getting tired.
Objection!
Whoa there. Just a moment, Mr. Dogen. Mr. Shields, isn't there one thing you haven't explained? Why would you need to pull out the murder weapon in the first place? That's right. I understand why he'd move the body to draw suspicion away from him. But he didn't need to retrieve the murder weapon. I thought him just a fool, but how quickly his scent has changed. Care to elaborate, Mr. Dogen? It was because of this bell. The bell attached to the murder weapon, and the bell on my dog's neck. They share a distinctive shape, wouldn't you say? The assassin Sir Handogan's trademark. An assassin's trademark? The blind assassin Sir Handogan, he always appears at the sound of a bell. The sound of a bell ringing in the dark of night is said to be the last thing his target hears. You remember well. It has been a while since you last saw my bells, after all. When I prosecuted you in court, I confiscated a knife with a bell attached to it. Yes, my bells. There are only 2 in the world. Only 2. They're custom-made, attached to my knife and Anubis' collar. Even though I can only rely on my ears, I can easily identify them. Alas, one has been confiscated and is not in my possession. Then when Anubis brought the body here, I heard a familiar sound. I thought my knife must have been embedded in the body. So imagine my confusion when I found out that it was merely a chisel with my bell attached. Indeed, your knife is nothing like this chisel. Either way, those bells are my trademark. Moreover, I'm the only one in this prison who uses chisels. With all this, I knew I would be falsely suspected. So I removed the murder weapon and hid it.
Hold it!
So you're claiming that you only moved the body? Didn't I tell you? That chisel isn't mine. If you think I'm lying, go ahead and check for my fingerprints. We can do that. Sebastian?
Eh? Me? But how do I check for...
Forensics.
Yes, ma'am. Reaction. We have found fingerprints. They're Knightley's, Justine.
What about Dogan's?
Nope. Just Knightley's. And there's no evidence of prints being wiped either.
Only Knightley's fingerprints. It can't be.
Should we re-examine it?
See now, I never even touched that chisel. Because I ordered Anubis to carry it in his mouth. In other words, the fingerprints belong to the chisel's original owner. Yeah. The murder weapon's owner was the victim. This is perplexing. At any rate, I did not touch the murder weapon. In other words, the killer could not have been me. Isn't that right?
I have nothing to refute that. How could this... Is he really not the killer? Could Dogan's testimony actually be true? That can't be.
It seems this is sufficient enough not to warrant any further explanation. As it stands, you have not changed the state of this case. I believe this is more than enough reason for us to relieve you of your badge. To save any needless fuss, I'd suggest you hand over your badge now.
This is bad, sir. They sound serious.
It's regrettable, but without Princess decisive evidence, I'll have to rethink my logic from step 1. But there are still many unexplained things. Why would Mr. Knightley be carrying a chisel? It could be used for many things, perhaps even prison escapes. Well then, how did he carry it into the prison? I mean, the prisoners aren't even allowed cutlery, right, Miss Edgeworth? Miss Edgeworth! Huh? Even if your reasoning is off at first, you shouldn't let that confuse you. The most important thing is to arrive at the truth, isn't that right? It doesn't matter how you get there. The end result is to save Simon. We have to do everything we can for his sake.
Well said, Kay.
Nice one, Kay. I really want to scout you for the law firm now. Remember when Uncle Ray said a defense attorney never gives up? Miles, do you understand the true meaning behind those words? The true meaning of those words? Defense attorneys carry the fate of their client on their shoulders. You are the only person your client can rely on. Just like with Mr. Keys. We're the only ones who can save him now, so why don't you do something, Ray? I know you're doing kind of a mentor thing, but you know, maybe you should help. We are linked by fate to our clients. That is why we must never give up. There's no way Uncle Ray can go against the teachings of Gregory. So, what will you do? Well, I will drink some water. Currently, I'm a defense attorney's assistant. No, an assistant at my father's firm. I have made a commitment to this case. Therefore, if I don't save my client, I cannot say I've achieved it. I will abide by this to save Simon Keys. No matter how many times my logic fails, I will always find another possibility. Okay, you're finally back. To kick some tail. No way. Whatever. Well then, let's search for that other possibility. To start with, do you think there was a way Mr. Knightley could have brought the chisel into the prison? The method Knightley used to bring the chisel into the prison was... the chessboard.
Take that!
Normally, metal objects can't be brought into the detention center or the prison. They'd just be caught by the security gate. However, there is one way to avoid this. And that is if they're sent in a package to the detention center. That... flashbacks and stuff. A simpler check. They sure were. Knowing this, Knightley asked Simon to send him a package. Namely, a chessboard containing the chisel. Well, this has solved one of our problems. The fact that the chisel was not Mr. Dogan's, but Mr. Knightley's. Given this, one major issue remains. The security camera shows a dog attacking the victim. As long as that exists, I will maintain that Dogan is the killer. But Dogan never touched the murder weapon. I'm stumped. We also desire a conclusion to this matter. Mr. Edgeworth, we can use one of our secret weapons, sir. One of my secret weapons, weapon number 4, the video analyzing machine, Mr. Analysis. Okay. That's a rather specific tool. What's with that ridiculous name? I named it myself, sir. This will let us analyze video footage in detail. Go ahead, you'll soon see I'm not lying. I don't know what will come of this, but all we can do now is investigate. Mr. Edgeworth, do you know how to use Mr. Analysis? A video analysis machine. Should I hear how to use it? Sure. It's probably not that complicated, but sure. Detective Gumshoe, could you show me how to use it? Of course, sir. Fundamentally, it is the same as investigating a crime scene. You just examine everything that piques your curiosity. To examine, just press the X button. Now, I'd like you to look at the buttons below the monitor. The left and right buttons will rewind and fast forward, respectively. And the center button lets you pause the video. Let's make good use of it to advance your investigation, sir. To rewind and fast forward, I use the Y and A buttons. And to pause, I use the B button. While paused, you go to the previous frame or the next frame. You just use the same left and right buttons as before, sir. Next, I'll explain how to zoom in. I don't think I needed this explanation, actually. Just point the cursor at the area you want to zoom in on and press the button on the upper left of Mr. Analysis. The one that says Zoom Plus. It seems I can also use the L button to zoom in. And after you've zoomed in, you can re-examine it just like you would the original image. Use the previous frame and the next frame button will. But you can't actually play back the video in this mode, so keep that in mind. And what should I do if I want to zoom out? Just press the top left button on Mr. Analysis again, sir. Now it should say zoom minus. Sure does. That concludes the explanation, sir. Well then, let's turn on Mr. Analysis. Use Mr. Analysis to examine any suspicious part of the video, sir. This is the video from the detention center's camera. I believe this was the moment when when Knightley was being attacked by the dog. Except it wasn't a dog. If that wasn't the case, then what does it show? Is the person in this video really Knightley? And what is the true form of the black silhouette attacking this person? I should check the video and try to find the answers to these two questions. There could be unexpected things in unexpected places, so be sure to check every nook and cranny of the video, sir. Look, even Gumshoe can say nook and cranny, so... embarrassing for you. Maybe we can zoom in on the... can't really see anything, can I? Nothing here. I should have another look at the video. Yeah, I know. Maybe I'll find something if I make use of the zoom feature. I know. Zoom out. Maybe zoom in on... maybe we can see something like a nameplate or something. This one. Nothing here? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. I guess I only really have to pay attention to things that really stand out, right? So let's continue playing. Ah! Hold on, that's, whoops, wrong button. Okay, hold on. Wait, okay, no, wait. Hup! Ah, what the fuck? Nope, I did it again. Hup, hup, okay. Zoom in. Uh-huh. That looks weird. This is... I fear we have made a grave miscalculation. This animal, this silhouette, it's the polar bear! No matter how you look at it, it's not a dog. This animal is... a bear. From the silhouette, I'd say the animal is not a dog, but a bear. So then in the photo I took, those footsteps must have belonged to this bear, yes. That's what I've been saying. Well, I mean, I haven't been saying that it's the bear, but I have been saying it's not the dog, so... half points for me. Did you say a bear? Yes, that man is the first to come to mind. Now that we know this black shadow isn't a dog, but a bear, there's a good possibility that the man being attacked is not Knightley. Whatever can show that this man isn't Knightley should be somewhere in the video, wouldn't it, sir? Since his face is not visible, it would be difficult to get... I know, it's probably in the mirror at some point, come on. Don't give me hints now. However, perhaps there is something indirectly reflected. Come on. Something reflected? Hey, isn't there a mirror in the cell, sir? Thanks. Thanks a lot. Indeed, that could be worth examining. Man. Doopy-doopy-doo. Ah. Wah. Maybe there. Maybe a little earlier. Wait, we can't play back while we are in that state. Sure. Maybe? The reflection of this person can be seen in this mirror. Is that a cap on his head?
Actually, it looks kinda like the caps the prison guards wear, sir. Like, from the beginning I thought that outfit looked like a prison outfit, but nobody pointed it out, so I thought it was just me, but there we go. You don't think it was a guard who was attacked? No, it was somebody wearing a guard uniform, though. Have you received a report of any guard being attacked by an animal? No, not that I've heard, sir. Then it was someone else wearing a guard's uniform. I see. I have evidence that shows what this cap is. It is... this, probably.
Take that!
There was no report of a guard being attacked by an animal. However, we did hear that a guard's uniform was stolen. Putting two and two together, I'd say this was a disguise. For the purpose of a prison escape. Disguised as a guard? That sounds like it could have been successful, sir. Huh? Speaking of prison escapes. Indeed, that person clearly was successful. We were all under the impression that the person in this video was Knightley. But it's his cell after all. Why would it be anyone else? That line of logic no longer holds. Remember the tunnel under his bed. It's possible whoever used this tunnel is the one in this video. It seems this time it is time to answer that question. Just who is the person in this video? Well, it could be him, but why would his own bear attack him? Right. Him? He did attack a police guy, apparently. But we're trying to refute that it's him? So...
Take that!
yeah, no. The person in this video is really them? Yeah, I just had to try. It's only a possibility. It's the only possibility. Yeah, no. I'm sorry. I had to try. I was mistaken. You can see a bear in this video. Isn't there someone in the... yeah, I know, and that's exactly why I doubted that it was him. Indeed, it's likely they are the one in this video. Judge Courtney, will you give me permission to speak once more? Yeah. Okay. The thing that, in my opinion, should refute that is the thing that I'm supposed to use to prove that.
Take that!
I guess you didn't recognize him in the uniform. The person wearing the guard's uniform is the escaped prisoner, Tailbird. The probability is extremely high. But the bear here is black. We have evidence that can explain this matter. The reason the polar bear became black is because he's a racist, and he wanted to try blackfacing. No, where is it? No. Here? No. Where is it? It's not in the autopsy report, right? No, we just got that afterwards. Where did we put that down? Prison investigation, no. Prison roll call, no. Oh, right, the rubber glove, that's where. Yeah, mud pack. Jeez.
Take that!
Think back to Frank Sawat's testimony. Yep, that's what I've been saying the entire time. With the, colored black animals. Doobie-doo. His heart was pure white. During the animal show, Mr. Sawat was applying mud packs to the animals. So then, among those animals, was this polar bear. Yes. What? Prosecutor Edgeworth, there's a huge contradiction in your argument. The security camera footage
Judge Courtney, you are quite right. Saw it used the mud packs during the animal show. Knowing this, a new contradiction in the video comes to light. The time of the thing. Kay, do you know when this footage was taken? It was after the mud packs were used. That would put it around 9 AM. In that case, you should notice something strange about this video. Huh? What's strange about it? Oh, jeez. Well, maybe... Cheesus can. Here! This part, probably.
Take that!
Most certainly. The time Saw It covered the polar bear in mud was around 9 AM. Which means this video should also have been taken at 9 AM. However, the timestamp reads 6 AM. On that day, the prisoners went to the courtyard to watch the animal show. At this time, only 3 people remained behind Dogen in the special cell. Saw It in the workroom, applying his mud packs. And the one who put his escape plan in motion at that moment, Jailbird. Albert left the polar bear in Saw It's care and entered the secret tunnel. However, the bear escaped from Saw It and followed after its owner. And just as he was chasing after the escaped bear, Saw It happened to witness the dog pulling a murder weapon out of the body. If Saw It's testimony is correct, this video must have been taken at around 9 AM. However, the timestamp is off by 3 hours. Why would the timestamp be off like that? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to examine the security camera. Well, doesn't that all circle back around to the warden, maybe? Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. I asked all the guards and... Yeah. It seems the camera's power was cut off for a moment, throwing off the timestamp. Oh. What? The camera is an old model, so if it loses power, the clock stops as well. In that case, this means the camera's power was cut for 3 hours. While I'm at it, I've got some more information for you, sir. You heard that Knightley denied stealing the key, right? It seems nobody would believe the words of a criminal, but Knightley testified I was knocked out too. That may not necessarily be a lie. My, there you all are. Making progress in your investigation. Can I be of any help? Oh, you might. Actually, Warden Roland, there is something we must report to you. The escaped prisoner, Jailbird, is most likely still inside the prison. He has disguised himself. Here's the proof. The person visible in this security video is Albert. So perhaps he's still in this very building. Come to think of it, didn't Mr. Albert have a bracelet like the other prisoners? The bracelet would have been concealed under the uniform sleeves. Moreover, the prison's main gate does not have a sensor to detect bracelets. All he would have to do is avoid any doors with sensors inside the prison. So, the tunnel to the detention center would be a good route, huh? That's right, so if he didn't enter the cells or the workrooms, could one of you guys be Jailbird? Hello there. Ah, Rocky. Well, isn't that interesting? Stop it! What are you doing? It would seem that Rocky has answered that question for us. Convenient. No! I don't remember the voice I gave him. Rocky, this is all your fault. The little guy loves you so much, it's enviable. Right then, seize him at once. Wait, there's something we must hear from this prisoner. It's necessary if we are to find the truth. I'd like permission to interrogate him. Understood. What do you want out of me? Elbert's escape route is linked to Knightley's cell, so it's highly likely he knows something about the crime. I'd like to ask you about the day the body was found. Oh boy. When the body was found.
So it was you guys. You were the ones who found my secret tunnel. It took me ages to dig that. The day the body was found was the day I had planned to escape. I was in disguise. Then Rocky followed after me. Thought he was all covered in mud. Panicked and returned to my cell. Uh-huh. Damn, if only you guys hadn't shown up. If only Knightley hadn't died.
You say you dug the tunnel. What did you use to dig it?
Oh, that. Just hammers and spoons, stuff like that. I bought them from the supplier, but it was all for nothing.
No need to lose your temper. There's always next time. On the day of the incident, it's possible that Albert met Knightley while he was alive. I'll have to listen to his testimony carefully.
So, press a lot, yeah?
Yeah, it was kind of us.
Hold it!
What? Shut up. What's up with that? Hold it, punk.
You say you dug...
What's it to you? You know how long it took me to dig that. How long it took me to dig that? I had to beg the supplier for those tools. Day of the day I slaved away. Give me back my hard work. Give it back, you son of a...
I can't get a word in edgewise.
You can't just go around discovering people's holes.
I mean, if it's consensual.
Took me ages to dig that.
Is he gonna do the same thing if we press this too? So, you dug that hole alone?
You're damn right I did.
Could a tunnel like that really be dug by one person? Wow, such wasted effort.
A kid like you wouldn't understand. Never rely on others. Never let anyone see you. Those are the rules we live by in here.
Well, as a great thief, I kinda see where you're coming from. Okay, don't agree with him.
Ah, no, I was just joking. Well, I wasn't. Damn, why'd it come to this? The day the body was found.
Hold it!
Bad timing, huh? Did you obtain the guard's uniform from the supplier too?
Yeah, that's right. Seems he got it by threatening a guard. That guy went and stole it from someone's locker.
So when you went through the tunnel, you were already dressed like a guard.
No, to ensure that their clothes wouldn't get stained with mud, I carried them with me. Once I got out of the hole and changed clothes, getting out the cell doors was simple. And that's when Rocky ran up and jumped on me.
That must be the moment the security camera captured. I see. Could you add that to your testimony?
Once I got out of the hole and changed clothes, getting out of the cell doors was simple.
That's it, I guess. Getting out of the cell door was simple, you say?
Yeah, compared to going through the tunnel, it was very simple.
You inhabit a prison, yet you seem to know the layout of the detention center quite well.
What's so wrong about that? Sure, I've been on to the detention center too.
In that case, he should have known about it from the start. When Knightley was in his cell, the door would have been locked. Which means there was one piece of evidence Albert needed to escape.
Rocky followed after me.
Well, I guess we're presenting the Kizity key, huh?
Objection!
You say it was simple getting through the cell door?
Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with that, huh?
Even though you managed to arrive at Knightley's cell, opening the door wasn't so simple. How did you intend to unlock the cell door? Jailbird, you had the key to Knightley's cell.
I ain't got nothing like that. That's it. It was open. It was already unlocked when I got there.
Objection!
Indeed, the cell was vacant after Knightley's death, which is why, at the time of we conducted our investigation, it was unlocked. Your successful escape attempt occurred after Knightley's death, so the door would have been open. However, you had tried to escape once before then. The plan was foiled thanks to Rocky, the video shows it. Yes, that was during the Anima show, before Knightley's death was known. And the cell door was locked, because no one knew he was dead. Without the key to Knightley's cell, your escape would have been impossible. That means it can't be. It's exactly as you think. In the case of the stone key, the culprit is... J. Edward, you were the one who attacked the guard, weren't you? What crazy timing, huh? The guard, and Knightley too, in order to steal the cell key.
It wasn't me. I don't know any Knightley.
It doesn't really matter if you knew him or not. After stealing the key, you returned to your cell, as a precautionary measure. Then you waited for a time when the prison would be mostly vacant. Honestly, how the fuck did they not find the hole when they were looking for the key? That is absurd. Oh well. Wait for the timer up. Okay. That was just before Knightley's death became known. In other words, during the Animal Show. But in the end, the plan was foiled thanks to Rocky.
Don't screw with me. If you don't have the evidence, I'll still win by decision. Besides, it was that Knightley guy who attacked the guard, right?
I think not. Regarding the theft of the keys, Knightley was the victim. This proves Knightley was the victim who was attacked in his cell.
Chisel?
No. What? Proves Knightley was attacked, or was the victim who was attacked in his cell? Oh, the wet floor.
Take that!
Yeah. Because his blood was there. In Knightley's cell there were traces of his blood, which had been wiped away. I believe this is more than enough proof Knightley was attacked in his cell. You attacked those two people and stole the key, didn't you?
Damn. I never thought you'd find the bloodstain I wiped away with a newspaper.
Why would you go through all the trouble of wiping the bloodstain?
On the hands of Knightley and the guard, there were obvious signs of a scuffle, you know. If the bloodstains were uncovered, they'd find out there was another attacker. I mean, they could have just thought it was between the two, but okay. And if anyone looked around the bed, the tunnel I dug would be discovered.
So you were trying to buy more time for your escape attempt. But I'm afraid to say your plan still ended in failure. Now then, hand over the keys to Knightley's cell. Wow. Well, at least the polar bear does not come to harm.
No way. How could an amateur like you knock me out? Here, I got the keys right here.
Ayo.
Overrule!
What now? Hold it. If you have that key, then that means... That's right, Judge Courtney. You reasoned that Knightley stole the key and used it to leave his cell. From there, he entered Mr. Key's cage and was moved to the workroom. However, the very foundation of that hypothesis has collapsed.
Oh, wow! I see. In that case,
There was only one person who could have moved Knightley. The criminal must have been someone who knew about the secret tunnel.
hey, are you suggesting... J. Elbert, you're under arrest, pal.
Wait, I didn't do nothing. Sure, I knocked out those two guys, then I stole the keys. And after that, I waited for the perfect time to enter that guy's cell. But the cell was empty then. There was no dead body either. And also, how could I have gotten into that workroom? I couldn't even leave my own cell, right? It's true you only had the key to Knightley's cell. But there's also Dogen's dog. What? It'd be possible for the dog to carry the body from the cell to the workroom. See, so you're saying there was an accomplice. The crime would have been possible if Albert and Dogen were working together. It's perfectly plausible. Somehow Albert managed to carry Knightley's body to his own cell. And then the dog must have carried it to the workroom. Yes, because all the animals can move freely in the prison. But that's not the case for the path between the detention center and the prison. The only one who could use that route was you, Jailbird. What if there was another route that you didn't know about? Huh, well, there couldn't have been. The tunnel is a straight path, is it not? Yeah, seems like it. I didn't have enough time to dig any more than I did. I only dug halfway up to the corridor. What? You mean to say that you didn't dig the entire tunnel? When I got to that cell, the tunnel was already there. How curious. There was a tunnel linking my cell to the well. Looking down the well from the courtyard, there's no mistaking it. They've always been connected. I just continued the tunnel with my digging. What was that hole doing there in the first place? Who knows? Maybe another inmate dug it in an attempt to escape. Or maybe the animals dug it. Maybe they wanted to drink from the well. That's highly doubtful. There's no water in that well anymore. It's all dried up. Wait a minute. That's it. For some reason, that well gave off a nice scent. A nice scent? I don't know what it was, but it smelled sweet, like candy. This scent, I believe we've come across it before. We know the scent from, we know it from here, but also from whatever... Well, I guess Missile also smelled it here first, so I guess it makes extra sense.
Take that!
Knightley's body was giving off a sweet candy-like scent. We used a police dog to track that scent, and that led us to discover the tunnel. By any chance, could this be the same scent as the well? Prosecutor Edgeworth, I know what you're trying to say. That the scent proves the body was carried down through the tunnel. Exactly, and J. Elbert, you are the only one who could have used the tunnel. You got any arguments? Thank you, Mr. Elbert. I am very grateful to you. At last the truth comes to light. Mr. Elbert, wouldn't it be wise to confess now? To being an accomplice, I mean. Don't tell me even you suspect me too. Judge Courtney, it seems you and I have come to the same conclusion. Not at all. Our thoughts on this matter are still quite different. Mr. Elbert was certainly an accomplice, but an accomplice to Horace Knightley.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Mr. Elbert did not move the body. He simply lent the victim his keys. What? It would seem Mr. Elbert did indeed strike Mr. Knightley on the head. However, Mr. Knightley was not knocked out. The two must have made a little negotiation. Negotiation? For Mr. Knightley's escape plan to work, he would have needed the keys to his cell. So Mr. Elbert stole them from the guard. On the other hand, for Mr. Elbert to escape, he needed to get to Mr. Knightley's cell. But if Mr. Knightley had seen him and yelled, the plan would have gone down the drain. And so, they negotiated. I didn't negotiate nothing. Oh, you still intend to deny it. I see. So in other words, we're back where we started.
Mr. Albert opened the cell door and Mr. Knightley entered Mr. Key's cage. And then he was moved into the prison. Of course! And then he was killed in the prison workroom!
Objection!
Weren't you listening? The scent on the body shows it must have been moved through the tunnel. Knightley was moved from the detention center through the tunnel.
Overruled!
What is it? Please wait until someone is finished before speaking. I do not claim that he wasn't moved through the tunnel. What? You don't? The scent shows that the body was moved through the tunnel. However, that does not mean it came from the detention center. What do you mean? That sure sounds like a contradiction to me. Isn't there one more possibility? The well in the courtyard. It's possible the body was dropped down from there. The courtyard? Ah, the well in the courtyard. Mr. Keyes carried the cage not to the workroom, but to the courtyard. Mr. Knightley was killed in the courtyard, and his body was dropped down the well. But why? And then the body at the bottom of the well was moved by Mr. Dogan's dog. But why? Now, there's one thing I'd like you all to remember. Before the body was discovered, what was happening in the courtyard? The animal show, right? Regina and Simon were there. Wait, Simon? I see you understand. Who then dropped the body down the well? Judge Courtney, she's a tough opponent. Her flexible way of thinking enables her to adapt and come up with her own deductions. Sure. Mr. Knightley was not carried to the workroom, but to the courtyard. And Mr. Keyes was off stage for 15 minutes. This was when he dropped Mr. Knightley down the well. It's as simple as that.
Objection!
Judge Courtney, your reasoning is sound, I'll admit that. However, let's say the body was dropped down the well. That didn't have to be done during the show. It could have happened at any different time.
Overruled!
Unfortunately for you, Prosecutor Edgeworth, that is not possible. What? When the show started, Mr. Albert was in the tunnel, on his way back to the cell block. Okay. Mr. Albert, at the time, did you happen to see a body in the tunnel? Nope, nothing like that. Yeah. So if the body had been dropped before the show, Mr. Albert would have seen it. However, he has stated he did not see a body. So it is impossible to think the body was dropped before the show. And after the show, the body was discovered in the workroom. In other words, the body being dropped down the well and then moved to the workroom could only have been done during the show. And the only one who could have done that is Simon Keyes. Grrr. Okay, but that's all just under your premise. If we go by a different premise, then that doesn't really matter. Mr. Edgeworth, what should we do? If the body was moved through the well, that does put Mr. Keyes at a major disadvantage. However, the notion that the body was moved through the well is only a hypothesis, exactly. That doesn't mean there is evidence. I am obligated to recognize that fact. Will you allow me to investigate the courtyard once more? I give my approval in the name of the goddess of law. Okay.
Reinvestigating the courtyard. I fear this may be our final chance. Up! What? Fire! Could be another prison break, pal. Should we evacuate? Hold it. Everyone, please remain calm. This is just the signal for the evening meal. Really? It's a little loud, so I can understand why you'd be surprised. It sure scared me. I'm terribly sorry. And with that, everyone, please return to your posts. The guards had to be told that? Jailbird, it's also time for you to return to your room. I got it. Let's go, Rocky. Warden Roland, we will be proceeding to the courtyard for another investigation. Isn't it time for you to go home as well, Mr. Edgeworth? It looks like we're out of time. Why don't you continue this another time? But the investigation? Today's been a big day, right? With the escaped prisoner and all. So I'm afraid I can't let outsiders like you loiter around any longer. Yeah. This is my decision as the warden of this prison. How suspicious, huh? Looks like it can't be helped. The warden's word can be called the law of the prison. Prosecutor Edgeworth, this means we will have to carry out our investigation another day. Until then, you may hold on to your prosecutor's badge. And with that, I leave you. Goodbye. Now, I think it's time we all left. Well, it looks like we'll have to continue the investigation tomorrow. Oh no! Knightley's body was dropped down the well and was carried to the workroom by Mr. Elbert's cell. From Mr. Elbert's cell. This is Judge Courtney's logic, but is it correct? And Judge Courtney claims that Mr. Keyes transported him, but was Mr. Keyes really the only one with the chance to move him? Mr. Edgeworth, let's do our best tomorrow. We have to save Simon, no matter what. Indeed, I agree. I must prove Mr. Keyes' innocence without fail. Sheesh. Yeah, let's save that game. Ooh. All of this reading is really tiring, man. Like, not just reading, but, you know, reading out loud, I mean. If it was silent reading, I could do it non-stop. But I guess, I guess we'll keep going now. The courtyard. Depending on what we find here, the entire incident could become clear. However, there's nothing left here. Yeah. Yesterday, all my troubles seemed so far away. But now the entire scene has been tampered with. Yeah. Was the body dropped down the well or not? This could be the decisive clue that we need to reach the truth of the matter. Before I continue with the investigation, I should organize my evidence. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. What do we have left? Looks like everything from the first page is still there. The dog is gone. And maybe some other stuff. Let's see here. Hey, that's a grate here. The well has one dry after all. They even put a lock on it. Lockpicking is one of my specialties, wanna see? There's absolutely no need for you to show off. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Whoa. What happened, Kay? The lock is broken, judging from the looks of it. It feels like it was broken some time ago. So the lock was broken. This means that anyone could have dropped the body down this well. So much for that. According to Judge Courtney's reasoning, Mr. Keyes murdered nightly in the courtyard. And then during the show he disposed of the body in the well. You think so? Did he really use the well to move the body? Ah, I know. Let's get Missile to help us out again. He should be able to track the scent of the body. Good idea. Let me contact Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe. I feel like I just said Gunshoe. Kind of a different character. Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe here. Detective, I have a favor to ask of you. We would like for you to bring Missa to the prison courtyard. Sounds like you need the help of one of my 7 secret weapons again, huh, sir? I thought Missa belonged to the police department. And also, I would like for you to contact a witness. Please contact Regina Berry of the Berry Big Circus and bring her here. Roger that, sir. I'll bring them over in a flash. So, what shall we do while we wait for Gummy? How about some hide and seek? What are you talking about, Kay? There's nowhere to hide here. There's the well. I don't think that is the issue. Kay, during times like this, isn't it your turn to shine? Oh, that! You want me to recreate the crime scene? Huh? How do you do that? See for yourself. The great thief's secret weapon, Little Thief. Right, I forgot about this holograms thing. Whoa. Whoa, what's that? The screen's floating in midair. Just what are you doing, Kay? I'm entering the information needed for the simulation. Mr. Shields, this Little Thief is a tool that can recreate a crime scene based on the information it is given. Should I set it for how this place was like when we came here yesterday? Yes, I believe they were in the middle of taking down the set. We didn't pay enough attention to the well, so it's possible we may have missed a clue. Yeah, I was trying to investigate that like 3 times. Leave it to me, I took a picture of the place too. Good. There, and there. Data entry complete. Now to set the projection to maximum output. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Wow. What just happened? I recreated the courtyard from yesterday, based on the information I entered. This was a tool the previous Yatagars used. It's a device to run simulations to practice stealing things. But used in this manner, we can inspect the crime scene as if it was in the past. As it was in the past. Oh, but it's still only a recreation based on what information we have. I can't recreate what I don't have information for, and if my information is incorrect, the recreation could come out strange too. In this case, since Kay had the photo, there should be no problems. Now let's begin the investigation. Some sick-ass future tech. Since it's a recreation, you can examine things just as like you always do. You can even present evidence like when you find a contradiction. Yes, I know. First, I should start with that well. I was going to. But now that you've said that, I'm going to inspect these chairs first. These were used for audience seating during the show. Folding up all these chairs must have been a chore. Is that so? Don't tell me you've never tidied up folding chairs before. I've delegated the task to others in the past. Mr. Edgeworth, you should try doing some manual labor once in a while. I'll look into it. Fucking spoiled ass Edgeworth. Can we finally? Yes, let's examine that. It holds the key to this case. Finally, jeez. This pulley was used to lift the bucket from the well. The bucket can't be found. Okay, looks like there's not much to see up here. What's the weight?
This is a metal weight. It weighs... It's hard to see in the recreation. Okay, do you remember? It's 15 kilograms. I think it was 33 pounds. Haven't gotten any logic points in a while. I wonder what such a heavy thing was used for. It doesn't seem to be directly related to the circus. What do we have here? There are some pulleys here. They don't appear to be the pulley that was used to lift the bucket from the well. Okay, we're not gonna note that. It's a sturdy hemp rope. It looks like the rope they used. It looks like the rope they used for tug of wars. I'm not going to play tug of war with you. I didn't even say anything yet. There's a metal stake attached to the end of the rope. Ah, you use these to pin down the tent when you go out camping. It doesn't seem like they'd need this for the performance. No wonder. I wonder what it was used for. No, not evidence and also not logic. The well was behind the stage. That means only a few people would have access to dump the body in the well during the performance. This isn't looking good for Mr. Keys. These things around the well, what were they used for? What indeed? They don't seem to be related to the animal show. I agree, we can ask Miss Berry about it later. This is the stage where they put on the animal show. It looks kind of small, honestly. If I put on the Great Thief Show, I wouldn't have already had this. But I guess it's because it's a different time, it doesn't let me skip. Same exact dialogue. That's where Astique was. What was that elephant's name again? She's Astique the Asian elephant. Ah, that's right. It's an easy name to remember. Maybe they couldn't think of a good name, so they gave her a name that's easy to remember. Mr. Edgeworth, what a terrible thing to say about poor Astique. That's all the information we can gather for now. Oh, okay. The detective should be here soon, too. Okay, go ahead and shut down Little Thief. Alright, returning the area to normal. Seems like we didn't really find anything new or interesting, but, you know. We found stuff. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Hey, speak of the gummy. Detective Gumshoe, that was quick. I shouldn't keep you waiting for too long, sir. I couldn't. Thanks for coming along too, Regina. No problem. It sounded like fun, so I skipped practice to come here. Thank you for your cooperation. First, Detective, let's have Miss Al do some tracking. No problem, sir. Hey, Miss Al. Go over here, pal. Hey, what's eating you, pal? I said over here. What's the matter? It looks like he's scared of something, sir. Probably the alligator. Ah! Oh, alligator. I guess he's scared of the alligator, sir. Good grief. Looks like Miss Al won't be of much help to us. So, what should we do, Miles? Maybe we can ask Miss Berry for help. What is it? What is it? Is there something I can do? Do you want me to teach Addie a trick? Actually, she probably could. No, I just need you to tell me about the condition of the courtyard during the show. Looks like it's my time to shine again. Yes, if you please. Gonna drink some more water while this plays out. Recreation complete. This time you can see how the courtyard was during the animal show. This should be around the time the body was dropped down the well, if it was dropped. Wow, cool! It's just like magic!
Hey, it's not magic. I just recreated the scene based on the information you gave us. See? Look over there. The backstage area is missing. Well, because we didn't have that info, I guess. Well, Regina didn't help with the preparations, so she doesn't really know how it was set up. I get it. You can't recreate what you don't have the info for, huh? I'm sorry. It's because Simon took care of everything, of setting everything up. Don't worry yourself, Ron. Regina Pye. Miles is the one at fault here. Why me? Miss Edgeworth, I've recreated the show in progress. But I can also change it to how it was earlier, when it was being taken down. I see, so we can examine the courtyard during the show and after the show. We can freely switch between the two different states. To change the recreation, select Little Thief on the bottom screen. Now let's begin the investigation. Let's do just that. It's like our dog friend has calmed down a little. Or not. As you can see, he's totally scared, sir. Maybe get him out of here, if he's that uncomfortable. I wanted him to track a scent, but it looks like that won't be possible. Don't you worry about it, dog. Hey, Allie. This pond is where Warden Roland keeps her pet alligator. I guess those fish bones are the remains of her last meal. I don't think an alligator would leave such clean bones. But she had a very refined-looking face. I couldn't tell at all. That's because I'm a girl who's good with faces. Why don't I feel the least bit jealous? It's the cage of the Asian elephant Astique. The elephant is performing on stage right now, so the cage is empty. I wonder how Astique entered the courtyard. What do you mean, how? The entrance here is human-sized. And this fence is electrified. I don't think an elephant would enter from there. They could just turn off the electricity. If they did that, all the inmates would escape. I doubt anyone would escape while an elephant was entering. I wonder how she came in. This requires some thought. She seems to be enjoying her little brain teaser. I should let her be. Oh, this crate was empty in the recreation earlier. That's right. It was also empty in the picture I took, yeah. I'm sorry. That information is wrong. What do you mean? This crate contained Astique's food. In the morning of the day of the show, all the apples were gone. I totally forgot about that. I'm sorry. Missing apples, huh? I should make a note of it. Oh. These chairs are lined up in an orderly fashion. I guess there were a few empty seats during the performance. This intimate atmosphere and the closeness between the stage and the audience. It reminds me of the karaoke tournament I entered when I was a kid. Karaoke tournament? I was the runner-up. Dark skies of evening, where no one but dares take away. One only one, and remains all sing. That's what I imagine the singing sounded like. No, Kay probably is a great singer. Now listen to the song of the real modern-day Robin Hood. Don't tell me you actually sang that song. Of course, this song rocks. I'm surprised she actually made it to the finals. Did she steal second place? No, if she didn't steal first place, she must have gotten there fair and square. A love story between an elephant and a tiger. I really wanted to see that. I also want to see Simon in action. Simon is really amazing, especially the part where he gets blown away. That sounds truly amazing, yeah. Blown away. That's the scene in question. At that point, it's a suspect in the role of... No, wait, that's a flashback. Makes his exit. That's what she was saying. Do you know how long he was gone from the stage? Let me think, about 15 minutes or so. It's just as Judge Courtney said. But isn't it dangerous to be blown away by an elephant? It's alright, Astique is very gentle. That's not who we're worried about here. During the first few practices he was having trouble getting blown away. Then all of a sudden he was able to be sent flying beautifully. He might be using some sort of device, but it's amazing. A device? Do you know anything about it? I have no idea. Simon handled it all by himself. The pulleys and stuff? I'm guessing this is what we investigated, but I'm still gonna try looking at the... Okay, it is. How's your day? How have you been? I hope everything's cool. And if it's not, you know, try to have a good time anyway, I guess. I don't know. At this point in time, we still don't have enough information about this area. That's right, Miss Edgeworth. Please steal some information. I don't steal information. I obtain it through my investigation and logic. I prefer to act first before thinking. You may act before thinking as long as you don't interfere with the investigation. I wouldn't want to arrest you. Okay. I feel like we might be able to logic together the tools and the stunt. Right? I think that makes sense. Yeah. Mr. Keys used the device for a stunt. Maybe the tools around the well are connected to this. Okay, I'd like to recheck the tools lying around the well yesterday. Can you change the recreation up to the after the show scene? Roger. Once again, my name is not Roger. Why does she keep saying that? Why does everyone keep calling me Roger? The tools lying around the well. Could they have been a part of his device? It seems very likely. I wonder if it's possible to recreate the device. If you ask Mr. Keys, he should be able to tell you how the device was put together. Alright, I'll go ask him. See ya. Guess we're not gonna go talk to him ourselves. Mr. Edgeworth, asked him about it. And did you find out how the device works? He used a rope to hang some weights on the well's pulley. The weights were suspended inside the well. Then he ran the rope through two more pulleys and tied the end of the rope to his own body. So he uses the force of the falling weights to send himself flying. If it's really only 15 kilograms, and I think I only saw one weight there, then I find it dubious that he would be able to be sent flying like that, but I don't know, maybe with the help of the elephant and that. I don't know. But what's to stop the weights from falling on their own? In order to prevent that from happening, he used a stopper. Miss Berry didn't know anything about the well. That means Mr. Keys removed the stopper by himself? No, he has a monkey friend. Oh. Correct. That's why a second rope was needed. This rope was attached to the stopper, and when it was pulled from the stage, whoop, the stopper would be removed, and the weights would drop down the well. I'm definitely going to steal this idea. The Yatagarasu won't lose to something like this. Don't waste your time. Circus acts require extensive training. Even if you steal the device, it won't do you any good. Oh, come on, she can do it. Then I'll train as well. Before you start training, could you first update the recreation? Oh yeah. Just wanted me to recreate the device, oh yeah, you wanted me to recreate the device that was used in the performance. First, let's return to the during the show scene. Next, I'll input the information of the device on the well. Now we can recreate the device Simon made. Simon. So, this is the device that Mr. Keys used. Simon sure is gutsier than he looks, using the falling weights as the force to launch himself during his performance. Indeed, he would have to drop enough weights to exceed his own body weight. Yeah, so I guess the weight that we saw isn't the only one. In order to provide the strength needed to pull him off the stage. Simon must have practiced a lot for this, and if there were weights down there, then, you know, a body that might have also been... Oh, I guess you could also say that the body was the weight, huh? But it could go either way. I guess let's talk to you. Unless we can examine this again. I don't think we have to, though. Do you come here often, Regina? Yes, I have many friends here. I love this place. New friends, old friends, everyone's a friend here. Yesterday, Miss Warden introduced me to a new friend, little Annie. The alligator who lurks in the pond in the courtyard. That pond, if you get too close, it feels like you'll get gulped. I don't think little Allie would do such a thing. Her stomach wasn't feeling very well yesterday. I'm worried. Aren't you all worried too? Right? Yes, of course. We're all worried, right, Miss Edgeworth? Don't drag me into this. I thought the alligator's stomach feeling bad might have turned into a flu. But maybe we can logic some more things. Missing apples. Estic's food was there the day before the show was gone the next morning. In order for the stunt to work, the weight must exceed Simon's weight. Right, yeah, okay. So yeah, that's not enough, probably. Huh? Isn't this strange? What's wrong, pal? Haven't you noticed, Detective? What's strange about the weight is... The weight? It's not heavy enough. In order to pull up Mr. Key's body weight. You're right, sir. But where did the rest of the weights disappear to? Looks like it's time to use my 7 secret weapons, sir. If necessary, I'd let the detective know. I'll let the detective know. Speaking is difficult. Great Thieves' secret weapon. I see. But isn't this bad, using a thieves' tool to aid in the investigation? Don't make such a scary face. It's alright, Uncle Ray's lips are sealed. It's for the truth, right? The evidence may very well already have been destroyed. In order to recreate the crime scene, we need her help. Why so serious? At times like this, a simple smile will suffice. Yes, thank you very much. Alright. Miss Edgeworth, you've got that look on your face like you want to use my secret weapons, sir. Missile isn't in the mood, but I've got my fishing rod ready to go. Or would you prefer the metal detector? I've never seen the detective's eyes sparkle like that. If need be, I'll let you know. But for now, I just stand by. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess we will combine these two, even though I'm not sure the weight is made of metal, but whatever is heavy enough might be. Yippee. Detective Gumshoe, it's time for your secret weapon. Yes, sir. I was hoping for the metal detector. I don't get many chances to use this one. One day, Gumshoe, one day. Before we begin the search, let me go over how to use the metal detector, sir. This metal detector uses sound. And this meter, to let you know how close you are to the metal object. When you get closer to a metal object, the metal detector will have a bigger reaction, like this. When you get the biggest reaction, give me the report to examine that spot, sir. Now let's see what we got. It's just the metal fence. And that's basically how you search for metal objects. Just give me the instructions on where you want to search, sir. Is it just the fence here? No? Yeah, there's a reaction here too, sir. Let's check it out. Huh? I found these in the clumps of grass here, sir. These are the weights used for that hoisting device. Were these intentionally hidden? There's 4 of them in all, sir. Well, that might be enough for a person's weight. A light person. So the other weights that were used in the device were hidden. Why were they hidden over here, though? Also, how did nobody notice them? See, I'm really earning my keep today, aren't I, sir? I was kind of hoping to find funny things first, but I guess we immediately found the part we needed. Ah, the alligator. That scared me, pal. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It looks like the metal detector is reacting to this alligator. Really? Why? Are you sure it isn't still just reacting to the weights? It's a different reaction, sir, and it's definitely coming from the alligator. It's gone. What are you so proud of? Looks like it's scared of us. Maybe not. I don't think so, Kay. Huh? If anything, I think Allie looks a little under the weather. So it is important. Allie, I suppose that was what Warden Roland called it. She didn't eat any of the food that the warden gave her yesterday. I think she might have eaten something bad. So I guess the metal detector could be reacting to whatever the alligator ate. Oh, maybe she ate one of the weights. I doubt that even an alligator can ingest a 33-pound weight. But what could the metal detector be reacting to? What indeed? And regardless, why were these weights hidden? Maybe we should take another look at the device on the well. Kay, I'd like you to recreate the after the show scene again. Alright, leave it to me. Brah brah. Here we go again. I was using the wrong part of my controller to try to move. Well, let's examine this part first. There's some... Okay, that's on you. I feel like this might give us something new, like, why is there only one rope here, or something? This rope was part of the device used during the show. To be able to create a device with just this one piece of rope. Simon is surprisingly handy. One piece of rope? It seems that there is a contradiction with the device. Yep. Wait, why didn't I get that as a logic piece? This is a metal weight, okay. Nothing new there. I think it was 33 pounds. Yeah, we know that. Dibbidi-boop. The one was behind a bloop. Maybe the lock is something separate. Nope. Pulley was used. Oh wait, okay, now I see. I'm supposed to deduce and use my logic here. Is this spot somewhere connected? I guess not logic. Wait, right, we didn't get it as logic, we got it as this thing. Right. this recreation and the device we saw earlier, there's a major discrepancy. One of the ropes is missing. You're right. Without it, the device won't work. I wonder what happened to it. Where did the missing rope disappear to? It's possible that we hold the piece of evidence that shows where the rope went. Huh? Which piece of evidence shows where the missing rope went? Do we have the alligator? No? Oh, I mean, I guess. Here. Found with the body. Is it also here? I guess we can't see it here.
Take that!
The rope we found with the dead body. Ah, could it be? Yes, it could be the other piece of rope that was used here. Then does that mean this rope was attached to the weight? However, the weight was not one of these metal weights. One of these metal weights. These weights were hidden in the grass and replaced with something else. If they were replaced, then what was used as the weight? What was tied to the rope we found in the workroom? If we can recall that, then the answer should be clear. Yeah. I kind of made a comment about that earlier, didn't I? The bounty.
Take that!
What dropped down the well was none other than Knightley's dead body. Mr. Knightley's body was used as a weight? Yes, the weights were replaced with Knightley's body. Mr. Keyes used the device to launch himself off the stage. When the rope was tied to him, the rope that was tied to him was undone and let go. Both the body and the rope dropped down the well. The rope wasn't used to tie up Knightley. It was used to suspend him inside the well. That also explains why the other weights were hidden. Ah, so that no one would find out that the weights were replaced with the body. Yes, the killer was the one who hid those weights. But Miles, wasn't Knightley boy stabbed in the neck with the murder weapon? If he was suspended in the well, wouldn't there be blood at the bottom of the well? The killer was also aware of that. That's why they used this item. The sheet, or whatever it's again, yeah, I'm not saying sheet.
Take that!
The sheet we found near the body. It was used to wrap up the body. I see. I'm guessing this is a translation thing, or maybe they did it on purpose to keep things easy to understand. But there are so many instances of like sentence structures where it's like, you know, just like now, like they use this sheet to wrap up the body, and then they say the body again or the sheet again, and they just, you know, that's just not like good sounding writing, right? But I don't know, maybe it's on purpose. I see. It looks like all the pieces are starting to come together, eh? But this means that the body definitely came from the well. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean Simon is the killer? He's also the only one that we know would know how to do the trick. No, that's not necessarily the case. But yesterday, Judge Courtney said, if Mr. Keyes was the killer, would he have needed to set up such an elaborate device? I guess you have a point. Mr. Keyes was only responsible for dropping the body during the show. In other words, it doesn't matter where the real killer was, or what they were doing during the show. Until now, this placed the doubt on the people who did not watch the animal show. It's true, we also suspected Mr. Dogan. The killer's true intent was to make us think that the murder occurred during the show. In other words, they used the device on the well to create a fake alibi. Miss Berry, do you know when this device on the well was set up? Let me think. The day before the show, I think it was at night. We all started preparing at 9 p.m. We finished at around midnight. The killer replaced the weights with the dead body afterwards. And who wouldn't know about the trick other than Simon Keys? The warden, because she would have to be told about how the trick works. You know, to give permission or something. Did Dogen know about the device? No, even if he knew about the device, it wouldn't be possible for him to use it. You can't teach a dog to suspend a body in a well. Or could you? In other words, Dogen is not the killer. Can we do some more logic? Missing apples. I don't think any of these fit together. Anything else that we haven't seen or done yet? We still haven't, found out what's wrong with Ellie. This pond is where Warden Roland keeps her pet alligator. We have had this. Oh well. Don't know why it won't let us skip this. Yep. Cool. Very nice. Thank you. Right, we still haven't checked this place. The door is locked. Want me to pick it up? Oh, success not guaranteed. No. Yep. There is need, I think. We should check it. Wish it let us skip that. Have we checked this yet since after the show? I think we have. Yep. Maybe we can use another tool. Mr. Edgeworth, I just had an epiphany, sir. Miss Edgeworth, I just had an epiphany, sir. The killer is Eureka, the Invisible Man. Oh. Somehow the killer brought in a murder weapon and moved the body, and nobody noticed. If the Invisible Man was the killer, it would explain how all of this was possible. Detective, you can't be serious about that. I'm not totally sure, but it'd be neat if it were true. Starting tomorrow, you're pairing up with Mr. DeBest. Oh no. No way, sir. Not with that goofy prosecutor. He'd be a perfect match for this goofy detective. Oh, come on, don't be mean. But let's check the after thing again. Oh, the current thing. I want to recreate it. I do. Maybe we can get some new info out of this now. Also, we haven't checked up here yet. A rope and a pulley. That's how it should be. A rope and a pulley. A thief and a treasure. It's a perfect match. Objection. A thief and handcuffs are a perfect match. Zing. Mr. Keys used this well to perform the stunt where he gets blown away by the elephant. He used those two ropes quite skillfully. 2 ropes. In the after-show scene. I should use the little thief's new function and change the recreation to double-check. Yeah, no, we've already done that. This sheet is the same as the one from the workroom. Isn't it the same as the one from the workroom? Yes. Why is there also one here? I wonder why there's one here. Huh? Miss Edgeworth? Are you deep in thought? Why does it feel like she's stealing my thoughts? Again. Okay. Doesn't seem like there's anything new here. You got anything new to say? Nope. Maybe the empty cage for some reason. No. What an impressive barbed wire fence. It really gets my thief's blood boiling. I wouldn't touch it though. You'll be in for quite a shock. I wonder what's on the other side of the fence. Looks like it's the warden's office. I heard she keeps even more animals over there. Why don't they just turn this place into a zoo already? We've done this, right? Yeah. I know, this is going to take forever again. Whoop. Okay. I guess if we can find anything more, then I'll have to do some kind of logic thing. Wait, no, I forgot about this. I can deduce shit. Right? Maybe there's something to deduce here. Oh. I guess I'm done there. No, wait, I can't even deduce anything here. Okay. I guess I'll try this, even though it doesn't seem pertinent to anything. Okay. The apples in the crate were probably eaten by Astique. But it's strange. I remember leaving the crate out of reach from Astique's nose. Ah, okay. Are you certain? Yes, the crate was still full of apples on the night before the show. Then the cart was moved to where the nose could reach it. Her nose. With that many apples, it could not have been moved by the wind. Most likely, the crate was moved by a person. Uh-huh. Okay. I guess there was something important about it. Prior to the show, the cart's position was already changed and the apples were all eaten. This appears to be the correct information. Please update the simulation parameters, okay? Alright, I'll use the new info to recreate the scene. Using the info. What? Outstanding. Recreation complete. And that tells us that there's now, the door here is now no longer blocked by the crate. This door is locked. Okay, well, looks like we don't care about it though. Wait, but maybe we do? No, neat. Sheesh. Can't even think about it, huh? Yeah. Okay. So, no, nothing still, huh? No wonder I thought it smelled like animals. It contained the elephant's food. So this was filled with Antique's apples. Astiques. That's right. On the day before the show it was full of apples, and in the morning they were all gone. Oh, did you think of something? You could say that. Do we have a new piece of logic? No, we don't. Device was set up with the body on the night before the show. I mean, I guess both of those happened the night before the show. This cart was moved the night before the show. The body was also switched the night before the show. I don't think it was just a coincidence. Keeping that in mind, the question now becomes, why was the cart moved? The cart used to be in front of that door. That's what I was trying to get to. I can't think of one reason why. Somebody opened that door. Alright, let's hurry up and... I mean, yeah, we've checked. Let's ask a guard. Hey, Mr. Guard. Yes, what is it? That was fast. You there. Where's the key to this door? The warden's in charge of it. I'll get it from her right away. The warden is in charge of the keys here. Without the warden's permission, this door can't be opened. Oh, how strange, huh? Thank you very much. Whoa. A switch for the security cameras, huh? How weird. It's a circuit breaker panel. This must be the breaker room. On the night before the show, somebody came into this room. I wonder why they would come here. I don't think anyone would confuse the breaker room with the break room. It was definitely to operate the circuit breakers. So someone came here to shut off the power to something? Was there anything that had its power shut off? There sure was. It's the K-May rays. Do we have a thing here? The bacterial footage was actually taken at 9 AM. Does that count? I guess that's probably the one.
Take that!
Yeah. The security camera footage had a 3-hour gap. Ah, I see. The circuit breaker for the security camera was flipped. It's highly possible. Was this a killer's handiwork? With the camera down, it would be easier to move about. Killer would have a major advantage. I knew it. If that's the case, the killer was the person who tripped the breaker. The person in charge of the key to the breaker room is... It couldn't be. Or could it? Deactivating the recreation. Mrap. Heyo. We did it. And it's our best friends again. I'm first to the scene, as always. No, you are clearly not. Good morning, Mr. the Best. What? You? How did you get here before me? Greetings, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I see you have arrived early. Or maybe it is you who are late, Judge Courtney. I have many matters which require my attention. I have no time to waste. Unlike a certain prosecutor who has taken off the case. Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten that you were assisting the defense attorney. An assistant can never be the best. You fall like the rest. You just say whatever you like, don't you? Let us begin our examination of the courtyard, Sebastian. Alright, I'll call the men over.
Hold it!
That will be unnecessary. What? We have already finished the investigation of the courtyard. You've been bested. Bested? Me? Judge Courtney, your reasoning for yesterday. Watch me shatter it to pieces. I would advise you to choose your words more carefully. Have you forgotten that the fate of your badge rests in my hands? And have you forgotten that we don't give a shit? I have had enough of such coercion. Can't you think of some other way to threaten me that does not involve my badge? Despite my repeated warnings, you show no signs of reflection. It seems I must remind you once more. The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee can't leave someone such as yourself unchecked.
Objection!
Neither the fate of my badge nor the actions of the committee will impede my progress. Proving Mr. Key's innocence, that is all that concerns me. Your words are like those of a defense attorney. If you are willing to go that far, then I will show no leniency. In the name of the goddess of law, I shall turn your words against you. And at that moment, you will forfeit the title of prosecutor. You shall regret this. Okay. Time to regret things, I guess. I shared my reasoning with you the day before. Nice birds there in the background. Since Mr. Elbert did not see the body when he passed through the tunnel, it could only have been dropped down the well during the show. The only one who could have performed such an act is the suspect. Naturally, you have evidence to support your reasoning. Of course she does. Who do you think she is? Earlier, I received the official autopsy report. Babysitting that kid must be difficult. The time of death was the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the day before the show. The cause of death remains unchanged, a stab wound 4 inches deep. Okay. Simon Keyes was not present on the stage for the period of 15 minutes. There was sufficient time for him to drop the body down the well. She has not investigated the courtyard yet. That means... it seems there's a hole in your argument. You seem quite confident. Can you present evidence to support your claim? Of course I can, and I will. You shared your reasoning. Let me just go through it again to see if I can immediately spot something to present evidence against. It could only have been dropped down the well during the show. Simon used this for the big stunt during the show. Someone switched the weights with the body. Does that directly contradict what she said? I feel like not necessarily. So let's just press it. Or let's start pressing here. Couldn't it be possible that Albert just failed to notice the body? Unlikely. Mr. Assistant's assistant, did you also enter the hole? Huh? How do you know? I noticed that there was some mud stuck on your lovely hair ornament yesterday. That's amazing. Your powers of observation would even put a great thief to shame. In the name of the goddess of law, answer me truthfully. If there were a dead body in that tunnel, would it have escaped your notice? Well, the thing is... yeah, I think I would have noticed something like that. Do you understand now, Mr. Albert did not see the body? It could only have been dropped down the well during the show. The body was dropped down the well during the show. I'd like to hear your reasoning for this. The day before the show, Mr. Albert lent the key to Mr. Knightley. The key to Knightley's cell, huh? Mr. Knightley's escaped from his cell with the key and entered the cage Mr. Keyes had prepared. Mr. Keyes then moved the cage to the courtyard and proceeded to murder Miss Knightley. The next day, when Mr. Albert passed through the tunnel, he did not come across the body. Please wait a minute, that doesn't seem right at all. Wasn't there a sweet smell in the tunnel? Mr. Knightley must have passed through it. Mr. Knightley passed through the tunnel after Mr. Albert did. Mr. Albert passed through the tunnel at the start of the show. However, the body wasn't found until the end of the show. Which is why you believe the body was dropped during the show. Yes, and there's only one person who could have carried out this act. The only one who could have performed such an act is the suspect. I guess maybe this is where we present this. Yeah, because of the mechanism that changes the timing and stuff, right?
Objection!
Yeah. Unfortunately for you, Judge Courtney, your argument doesn't hold any water, just like the well. There was a device set up around the well here. What is this device you speak of? Are you aware of the stunt in which Mr. Keyes is blown away by the elephant during the show? I have heard of it. It would have been right before he exits the stage. He tied one end of a length of rope to himself and the other end to a set of weights. He was able to perform the stunt by dropping these weights down the well. Shut up, you. Wouldn't you have spent the whole place suspended up in the air? That's why he had a stopper attached to the weighted end. The stopper was removed by pulling another rope. Around the well, we found evidence that the weights were switched with the victim's body. This was done by the real killer in order to shift suspicion away from them. Judging from the time of death, the murder was carried out in the early morning of the show. The true criminal had until the time the show started to set up the device.
Objection!
But didn't Simon Keys make that thing? And since he was also the one who used it, he is the best suspect. Don't you agree?
Objection!
If Mr. Keys were the murderer, he would not have needed to do that. Miss Berry,
Yes?
was there anyone else who knew of the device he set up? Well, let me see. Since he had to get everything about our show approved by the people here at the prison, I'd say there were others who knew about it. And there you have it.
Overruled!
I see. You have, indeed performed a thorough investigation. Which is why I'm even further perplexed. Why do you not use your efforts for justice? What do you mean? My actions are not just? Who made that decision? You cannot understand even that, even now. Providing support to a defense attorney, despite being a prosecutor. It is quite unnatural. This goes against the rules. I am merely choosing to do what I think is right at this particular time. Travel down the road I have chosen. I'm trying to come up with the lyrics of that one song, but I can't. An empty street, something, I don't know. Anyway, Boulevard of Broken Dreams, I don't know, fucking fuck you, okay? How dare you? This is your fault. I'm sorry, it's not your fault. Your comprehension does not matter in the least. However, if anyone intends to interfere, I will show no mercy. Perhaps this is a calling from the goddess of law, if you intend to rebel against her divine will. I will have no choice but to hand down my verdict. Pay heed to my words. I have one more reason to suspect Simon Keys of murder. Well then. Is it because you don't like his hair? If the body came from the courtyard, how was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center? Only Simon Keys could have provided such an opportunity. Because of this fact, I find it most difficult to suspect any other party of this crime. While Simon Keys was moving supplies for the show, he visited Mr. Knightley's cell. Does that not strike you as odd? Why else would he have brought a large covered cage with him? Oh, that does seem pretty suspicious. Mr. Keys was merely that kind of person. It is entirely possible that he carelessly brought it there. If that is possible, then it is also possible that he was assisting in the escape. Am I wrong? I suppose I must refute her theory with evidence. If the body came from the courtyard, how was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center? Wait, the courtyard. As in not through the tunnel. God, can I look at the map? Courtyard. Yeah. No, wait. That's where we are now. What are you saying? If the body came from the courtyard. Huh? Okay, whatever. How was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center? Only Simon Keys could have provided such an opportunity. Because of this fact, I find it most difficult to suspect any other party of this crime. I guess we can just present this maybe? Found in the breaker room at the prison yard. Was it used the night before? No, maybe not. But rather this. Okay. There was a hole in the camera footage, so anyone could have done it. Mr. Keys wasn't the only one who had the opportunity. Who else could have had the opportunity? The timestamp on the security camera is off by 3 hours. This means there was a 3-hour gap in time. During that time, anyone could have done it. If that were the case, then the murderer would have cheated the gap in time intentionally created. It would not have been a simple camera failure. Are you saying that is possible? Yep. It's possible, if you had access to this. These nuts, ayo!
Take that!
In this courtyard, we found the circuit breaker for the security camera. And it was possible to access the breaker room both before and after the murder. What? Unfortunately, it appears that you have fallen short of your intentions. Mr. Edgeworth hasn't fallen short of anything. So, can you explain how the murderer obtained the key to the breaker room? Oh, easily. Oh yeah, that's right. It was locked, wasn't it? The warden hangs onto the key, right? The breaker room has great importance even in a prison. There's no one who would be able to obtain the key so easily.
Objection!
So, just turn your thinking around, girl. Well, I can think of someone. What do you say? This person, the murderer, was able to get the key. I didn't even need to steal it. There can't be anyone like that. Besides, the breaker to the electrified fence is in that room too. Only one person could have done this. I didn't want to believe it myself, but I trust that my logic is sound. The person who used that key to enter the breaker room is... where is she? Not even on the first page, jeez. Patricia Rowland. Keep rolling. Various family contacting. The murderer is... right there. Warden Rowland. Oh my, what an energetic little puppy. That's because this dog is extremely fond of sweets. It seems to detect a sweet scent on you. Oh heavens no, I'm not even wearing perfume or anything of the sort. What the dog detects is the sweet scent of death. How poetic. However, does that not imply that I committed a murder? That's what I think. He should probably learn how to not whip himself with this thing all the time. I'll keep that phrasing as it was. The warden is the murderer? Mr. Edgeworth, are you serious about your statement? Oh, how amusing. The very thought of a warden committing a murder. Yeah, I'm sure it has never happened in the world. It sounds like something out of a mystery novel. Precisely. Your reasoning is in contempt.
Hold it!
Nothing of the sort. I did not want to believe it myself, but based on the evidence, I have no choice but to believe it. This evidence proves that Warden Rowland is the murderer. I mean, is it the circuit breaker? I'm thinking it's the circuit breaker.
Take that!
Nope. Treating me like a criminal just because of that is so cruel. That doesn't even have anything to do with me. Whoops. Ugh. That wasn't it. Missile's reaction to Warden... Oh, because of the sweet smell? Come on, that's less decisive than what I provided, I think. I suppose your accusation was nothing more than a joke in poor taste after all. No, it was not, Warden Rowland. You are the murderer. Then why don't you show us the evidence?
Take that!
The smell gave you away. As you can plainly see, someone has taken notice. This police dog? He tracked the sweet smell that came from the body. And right now, he is telling us that this same scent is also on Warden Rowland. You're a cruel one to accuse me of murder based on something like that. Right, Justine, darling? It appears that Judge Courtney has reached the same conclusion as I have. Mr. Edgeworth, this couldn't have been just a coincidence, could it? The key to the breaker room and the same scent on the body. If it were only one, it could have been seen as such. It appears we have reached a conclusion. We should now listen to what the warden has to say. Indeed, until we do, we cannot close this case. Oh my goodness, everyone with such scary faces. So I'm the only one who could have been the murderer? That just cannot be. Are you gonna pretend like somebody stole your keys or something? I heard all about the case from Justine Darling here. Had I committed the murder, it would have taken place inside the holding cell. But I couldn't have moved the body. I never went into the prison. I was caught up in my work. Up until the show, I was stuck in my office. Check up on it if you'd like. You'll find there's no record of me entering the prison. I don't know what reasoning you had, but I can't say for sure. I cannot be the killer. But Miss balked at you, pal. You've got to be the culprit. Sure. Oh, heavens no. It's not possible. I already told you I never went to the prison. If you think I'm lying, why don't you check the records? She wants us to check the records. She does seem confident. For now, all we can do is listen to her and try to draw out more information. I do hope you understand, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sure you did. From Judge Courtney, are you two close? As close as fish and water. Are you jealous? Kinda. Jealous? On the first day of the investigation, she filled us in on the situation. In exchange for our cooperation, she explained the details of the case to us. How could you say that? You're so mean, Justine darling. The truth is the truth. I believe it should be told as such. For some reason, those two seem kind of scary. Had I committed the murder, it would have taken place inside the holding cell. The murder occurred inside the cell? How can you be so certain about that? Well, everyone everywhere else would be under surveillance, right? And the victim's blood was found there too. That blood was actually from when he was struck by Albert, but I don't think it's necessary to inform her of this fact. That doesn't mean it's proven. You know that, right? But I see no contradiction in assuming the crime scene was at the detention center. But I couldn't have moved the body and never went into the prison. You never went into the prison? Do you have proof of this? My, can't you wait for me to finish? I was caught up in my work up until the show. I was stuck in my office. You were in your office the whole time. Nothing strange happened? Nope, nothing at all. Were you looking for something? I'm not too good at tidying up. I always forget where I put everything. The other day I even lost track of an important piece of evidence. Well, that's bad. How could you have made such a grave error? If someone were to take something from me, I wouldn't even have noticed it the entire year. I guess it will be hard to attack with the key to the breaker room. On the day of the incident, I was working in my office and searching for lost items. In other words, I couldn't have gone to the prison, even if I had wanted to. Check up on it if you like. You'll find a book. Yep, I'm pressing that too. Just to have pressed everything. You did not enter the prison from the entrance. But what if there was another route? Oh my, are you suggesting something like a secret passage? I don't know if anything like that exists. It is my firm belief you did possess an alternative route. That route was neither the entrance nor the secret passage. Yeah, I guess yeah. The route you used was from here. This here? No, wait, this here? Wait, which one is it? Oh, fuck. It's one of those. Let's go with this, I guess. Let's go with this. Let's go with this. Ooh. This is the electric fence, right? And this is the door to her office, and this is like the garden or whatever. Shit, what was the exact phrasing of the sentence? The route you used was from here. I'll go with this.
Take that!
Okay. Okay, it's either one would have been fine, it seems. The barbed wire fence. You would have moved nightly to your office first. This office leads directly to the garden side of the courtyard. If you had moved through here and passed the barbed wire fence, you would have arrived at the prison without passing through the entrance or the tunnel. I wonder what Mr. Edgeworth is saying. Haven't you noticed? There's a high voltage current running through the fence. Okay, but, you know. Yeah, obviously she couldn't have passed through it like that. The current to the fence could be switched off at the breaker room. And you were the only one who had the key, Warden Roland. Well, she would have had to come there from the other side, though. Most amusing, however, the breaker room is located in the prison side of the courtyard. How would the warden have accessed it from the detention center? Ah, quite right. Gotcha there, Mr. Edgeworth. That's... If there's no record of her passing through the prison entrance, it would not have been possible for her to turn off the fence's breaker. But Warden Roland was the only one who had access. Don't let this faze you, Miles. But I don't have a solution for this. She'll get away, if I don't. Now, Uncle Ray never said don't think, you know. It's just not good to be so stubborn about it, that's all. But no matter how you think about it, Warden Roland couldn't have done this alone. Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you have failed to come up with a new course. I am not amused. Interrupting my judgment only to be silent. Without thinking, I just blurted out objection. I have to answer. I won't let this end here. My reasoning is not over yet. So how did she use the breaker room, the breaker without leaving the detention center? It's perfectly possible with this method. What made it possible to turn off the breaker? Her position as the warden, she had an accomplice, the timing of the incident. Timing of the incident? I don't think so. Had an accomplice. Probably. It was indeed impossible for one person, but what if there were two? Exactly. Just what I expected from you, Miles. Yes, you had an accomplice in your prisons on the prison side. Enough. I am disappointed in you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. What's that, pal? You making fun of Mr. Edgeworth? The inmates at this prison all wear bracelets. If they try and go where they please, they will set off the alarm. Ah! So you've noticed, this is a prison after all. Not only the prisoners, but the guards too are under constant scrutiny. So why didn't anyone notice Edward? The only ones allowed to move around freely are the animals. And they certainly could not have used the breaker. But it's still possible that a person did it. Excluding the inmates and the guards, just what kind of person would you say it was? We can't exclude the inmates and guards just yet. There was only one person, one whose movement was not restricted. This evidence shows that there was someone in the prison who could move around freely. That sure was...
Take that!
It looks like the bracelet worn by the prisoners. This belongs to a certain model inmate, and it's broken. And maybe it being broken was not an accident. Just who on earth does this belong to? Frank saw it, the warden's favorite inmate. Wow. Totally innocent face. But at least her little friend is cute still. Don't you think it's strange? He managed to keep this hidden while he moved around freely in this daily prison life. Golly, when you think about it, it shouldn't be possible. I'd hazard a guess that this was because he had a special case. Just like Sir Dogan in the special cell.
Overruled!
The prosecution's statement is mere conjecture. You could find out by simply asking Sawed himself. It is my firm belief that Mr. Sawed and Warden Roland were partners in crime. Due to their collaboration, another route surfaces. The real route by which Knightley's body was moved to the prison. There were two obstacles that needed to be dealt with. The security camera in front of Knightley's cell, and the electrical fence in the courtyard. Both these problems could have been solved with a single stroke, by having Sawed switch off the breakers in the breaker room. Mr. Edgeworth, could you wait one moment? Maybe. Do you still intend to deny it, Warden Roland? I gave in, I do confess. Warden Roland? No, this cannot be. Yes, it's just as he says. Frank Sawed and I were partners in crime. No way! You did it, Miss Edgeworth. Well done, Miles. At last we have a real culprit cornered. Or do we? Like Mr. Edgeworth said, Frankie operated the breaker. But we were not responsible for Knightley's murder. What? Warden Roland, whatever do you mean? Judge Courtney, what the goddess of law hear my confession. The goddess of law is merciful. She will absolve you. I was being threatened. That's why I had no choice but to do as I was told. So who was threatening you? Sir Dogan, that assassin. Dogan? It's been going on since that man came to the prison. I will never forget that day. When we were both alone, he suddenly said to me, I have many dogs outside the prison. Dogs? Loyal dogs who obey my every command. I soon realized that what Duggan referred to were not really dogs. Oh really? Oh really, you genius. But his human henchmen. And that's not all he said. You'd better watch how you treat me, if you don't want you and your family to become dog food. I mean, that does sound like something he might say. I had no choice. I gave him the special cell. I gave him anything he desired. Anything he desired? You don't mean the supplier? That's right, anything he ordered, I would deliver to him. And an underground dealership. I was the one who won over Frankie. It was simple. I just offered him special privileges within the prison. And these underground dealings... Once a week, in the middle of the night, Frankie would shut off 2 of the breakers, so I could move from my office to the courtyard without being seen by the security camera. I would go past the fence and drop the goods down the well near the prison. And then I'd sprinkle this perfume over it. So that's the true identity of the sweet scent. The scent of perfume was a signal to Dogan's dog. After picking up the scent, it would carry the goods to Dogan. Of course, this had to be done while Albert was away from his cell. I'm surprised he never found out about it, pal. We have a strict timetable here at the prison. Mealtime, exercise time. It's easy to know when he's away from his cell.
And since little Rocky is afraid of Dogan's dog, I didn't have to worry about him making noise. I'm gonna have to drink some water. Didn't have a lot left, but I'll have to do. So, having full knowledge of the prison's inner workings, she made the deliveries herself. This would have ensured there were no slip-ups. Frankie would turn the breakers back on in the early morning and the delivery was complete. I then modified the timestamp on the security camera. You have told us a great deal. The goddess of law accepts your penitent confession. As the warden of the prison, how could I have done such a foolish thing? The day Knightley was killed was also a delivery day. It seems Frankie was working the breakers as usual, but that day I had nothing to send, so I did not go to the courtyard at all. Oh, of course. The secret of the supply system. So then Warden Roland was... Yeah. Yep, that's what I said. So the reason you kept on interrogating him? Yes, it was to find his henchman. Oh, it wasn't to, listen to his wishes? Okay. I borrowed all the evidence from the police and carried out the interrogation myself. I kept an eye on all his actions and examined all of his mail. Mail, like his correspondence chest letters. But I could never uncover the true identity of his henchman. This fear, it's something you could never understand. Well, well. That correspondence chess game, maybe it was code. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you were listening, right? I'd say this confession clears the warden of all suspicion. I don't think so. Is it really necessary to press her further than this? Is it necessary to press her further? Yeah, man. Judge Courtney, my questioning isn't over yet. I'm sure the goddess of law isn't satisfied yet either. You mean to badger this woman further? Even if she was threatened by Dogan? This does not prove she was not the culprit in this case. She was able to use the supply route to transport Knightley's body. Do you have any evidence to support this? The body gave off a sweet scent. The scent of a perfume that was used to signify a delivery. Can you explain this fact? Oh, of course. Since I have made so many deliveries, the scent would have lingered around the well. When the body was moved through the well, the scent would have transferred to it. Sure. Mr. Elbert also testified to this fact. That's it. Right. Yeah. The lingering scent in the well would, of course, be picked up by anything passing through. The defense rests, I see. In that case, court is adjourned. Adjourned? Miss Edgeworth, isn't there anything we can do? What should I do? Is this as far as I can go? Is it over already? You didn't really contribute much there, did you? The best. Yes, Sebastian, it is. And now court is officially adjourned. Or is it? Who was that? It's our boy. It's not nice of you to adjourn things just like that, Courtney Pie. Mr. Shields, are you objecting to the court adjourning? Of course not. I ain't got no objection or anything like that. Go ahead and adjourn court. Do whatever you like. Hey, what are you doing, Mr. Shields? Whoa there, calm down, Kay. Who wants some chocolate? I do! Me! You'll have to excuse me, I just have one tiny little request to make. As Simon Keyes,
attorney. That's right, you're the defense attorney in charge of this case, aren't you? Exactly. Did you forget? That's so mean. But you just left everything to Mr. Edgeworth and didn't do anything at all. Yes, that's right. That's why I thought I'd do my job a bit. Do your job? That hardly sounds like you at all. It's to prepare for the trial. I'd like to ask the warden a few questions. Surely you jest. What more would you expect to hear from her? Well, Miss Warden, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the culprit. My thoughts? Uncle Ray believes that Simon is not the culprit. It seems that Miss Warden also suspects someone other than Simon. I'd like to hear you out. Mr. Edgeworth, what's Mr. Shields up to? He's trying to lure Warden Rowland into testifying. Why was the supply route used to transport the body? I'd say it was to pin the crime on Dogan. Ah, I see. If he committed a murder here, he would be transferred to another prison. One with tighter security. And that would get rid of the troublemaker. Exactly. She wouldn't pass up a chance like that. Hey, hold on a sec. The culprit besides Simon? What do you mean? Simon was the one I was supposed to prosecute. Exactly. So wouldn't it be better if the best also listened to what she has to say? Amazing, Mr. Shields. You managed to drag Mr. the Best into this too. Warden Rowland, is this acceptable? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. You understand a woman's heart. Thank you, mademoiselle. Actually, I've thought this over. I'd like to tell you my thoughts. You'll let me speak, won't you, Justine, darling? Of course. You may speak. Mr. Shields, awesome. Phew, that was a close shave. Thank you, Mr. Shields. No, I'm still leaving the rest to you. Remember what I said. The defense attorney never gives up. The fate of our client rests on our shoulders, after all. It'd be uncool if Uncle Ray didn't put that into practice. Now then, Miles, it's your turn to show you'll never give up. Right. Well then, will you listen to my story? I will. I believe the culprit in this case could only have been Dogan. I have no idea what transpired between Dogan and the victim. It simply could have been that Dogan was displeased with him. In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim to death. He probably had a dog dispose of the body. This is the truth of the case. The victim, Mr. Knightley, was it? I think it is a truly terrible thing. Taking a man's life, you mean? That's how you'd go about saying it, isn't it? If only I had been more vigilant, his death would not have happened. That's why I wanted to clear up his regrets. Warden Rowland, how considerate. I'm sure Mr. Knightley in heaven is overflowing with gratitude. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's where he is. Is gratitude really that what Knightley feels? Well, I think I'm gonna just press a bunch. You seem very confident of that. How can you be so sure? The children of this home are all good little boys and girls. Believe in yourself, believe in your friends, and believe in me and the guards. There's no way any of these hard-working children could have committed a murder. You might be surprised. Quite an emotional reason. Makes sense coming from someone like her. Only Dogan would be capable of something like that. I have no idea what transpired between Dogan and the victim. Knightley was being held in the detention center and Dogan was in the prison. They couldn't make any contact. Don't you think that would have prevented trouble? The prison is quite confined, right? There were many ways for them to meet. Knightley was murdered days before he could have been sentenced to prison. Surely there weren't many ways a meeting could have occurred. Even without a direct meeting, Dogan can still cause trouble. Mark my words. What could Knightley have done in the detention center to displease him? That was just an example. You don't have to take it so seriously. Didn't I already say that I have no idea what transpired between the them? Nevertheless, you certainly are a serious one, Miss Edgeworth, dear. What's this? With that piercing gaze. Always standing straight and stiff. Very nice. Looking very clever, my dear. I think I'm about to become your biggest fan. Ugh. Miss Edgeworth, stay focused. It's just a flesh wound. Right. Is this some form of psychological warfare? Emotional damage? In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim to death. Might as well press the last one. I'd like to hear your thoughts about the circumstances surrounding the murder. Well, I suppose it was a simple job. During his booking, I learned that the victim had some kind of injury to his neck. He couldn't turn his neck to the right. I remember him saying something like that. Booking. That's the process one undergoes before being locked up in the detention center. Or a wrestling term. Or a term for other things. It sounds like you don't really know a lot about Knightley. I only know a little. In any case, he would have been an easy target for Dogen. Perhaps he used the chisel hidden in the chessboard. How do you even know about that? I guess she would have heard about that, I'm not sure. The victim wouldn't even have had the chance, had a chance to scream. I see. Your opinion will be very valuable reference. Could you add those last statements to your testimony? Oh, you're making me blush. You're so cute. Q-U-T-E. C-U-T. Oof. I'm just kidding. I'll continue. Perhaps he used the chisel hidden in the chessboard. Do we, have something there that shows that nobody else knew about that? In order to get it past security. Well, yeah, it seems like she might not know. Sure. Okay. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Warden Roland, you certainly are sharp-witted. Hey, enough with the titles. Call me Patty. P-A-T-T-Y. However, there's something you were a little too knowledgeable about. Embarrassed? You're such an inexperienced child, Edgeworth, dear. Yeah. Fight on, Mr. Edgeworth. You said you didn't really know much about Knightley. If that's the case, how did you know about the chisel inside the chessboard? Of course, the entrance check.
Objection!
Enough with the poor excuses. The entrance check. The chessboard wasn't something Knightley brought with him. It was brought to him later by Mr. Keys. He didn't even have that when he arrived here. That's my mistake. I meant the parcel check. Even if we assume that, there are still many suspicious points. Why wasn't such a chisel immediately confiscated? Judge Courtney, did you tell anyone about the trick to this chessboard? I did not. If no information about our investigation was leaked, then how did you find out? You could not have examined this during the entrance check or parcel check. Certainly, someone in the warden's position would never have left a chisel slip by. Exactly. So answer this, Warden Roland. When and how did you learn about the chessboard secret? In that case, I shall answer for you. It is because... I give up, Edgeworth, dear. It is as you say. Some more excuses. I interrogated Knightley. That's how I learned about the chessboard. But please believe me, I didn't kill anyone. It's getting kind of hard to believe. Enough. It would appear that we have uncovered some vital information. I'll ask you to testify once more, if that's all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. No objections here. Thank you, Edgeworth, dear. I'll do my best. Well then, Warden Roland, I trust there will be no lies from here on out. Her pool of lies is slowly running dry. Soon I will bring her out her true nature. I wouldn't go so far as to call it an interrogation. I always make sure to talk to the new arrivals. Mr. Knightley, yes, we had a little chat. After our talk, he went right back to his cell, I assure you. Wow, that was like completely devoid of meaning. She's piling lies on top of lies, not realizing that it only tightens the noose around her neck. You speak with the new prisoners, you say? That's right. I'm glad you understand. Your testimony is not solid evidence. It requires more than just understanding. Well then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination. I wouldn't go so far as to call it an interrogation. What would you call it then? You're certain you interrogated him the day before the show? Yes, around 3 AM on the 27th. 3 at night. That matches the time of death of on Knightley's autopsy report. You summoned him that late at night, and he wasn't asleep. Well, the guard was attacked in Knightley's cell, remember? After that incident, we checked his cell and inquired about the circumstances. I'm sure all the excitement made it hard to sleep. Knightley was wide awake, you know. So even though it was highly irregular, you still carried out this late-night interrogation. Edgeworth, dear, you're so mean. Yeah. It may have been irregular, but the truth is I had him moved. You can call it what you like. It still doesn't change the facts. Please excuse him. I'll give my incompetent apprentice a good scolding later. But for now, mademoiselle, what did you mean when you said you had him moved? I thought it was obvious. Well, monsieur, I spoke to him in my office. Her office. The route she used to move Knightley's body. Please add that statement to your testimony. Of course. Around 3 AM the day before the show, the victim was brought into my office. Time of death sometime from 3 AM to 6 AM on March 27th. Well, doesn't that sound weird? What the fuck? How is that not a contradiction? Would you have a look at this piece of evidence? What's this, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm not even going to read this out, fuck it. Seems like I'm in danger, TV. The day before the show. Maybe that wasn't the 27th, even though that's what she said it was. Let's press this too, I guess. And where is your office located exactly? You know that sign in the detention center hallway? You mean the one that says no entry? Yes. It's just a short walk up that aisle. About 5 minutes from the cell block. I've heard that room exits into the courtyard. Of course, that side of the courtyard is my private garden. Oh, I get it. You're going to say use that route to move the body. Indeed, you must have been able to use it, if you use that route. For now, that is merely a possibility. There's no decisive evidence to support it. But there's no other way the body could have been moved. Surely, you haven't forgotten my theory that Simon Keyes dropped the body in the well? That's right. What she said. Yeah, pursuing this point further would be hazardous. I always make sure to talk about it. Let's press some more, I guess. What did you talk about? What indeed? It was just trifling conversation. What kind of animals he liked, what his hobbies were, that sort of thing. Hobbies? I assume he mentioned chess. Oh yes, that's all Knightley would ever talk about. Now that I think about it, the note he had in his room,
It's probably had something to do with chess too. So Warden Roland saw Knightley's note. And that's why she had him killed. Or why she killed him. Mr. Knightley, yes, And what was Knightley like during the interrogation? He was very honest. Mr. Knightley was honest, pal. He also talked about a croissant at some point, and some kind of promo. What? Ah. Chess piece promotions, I presume. I'm not gonna pronounce those. Looks like he was his usual chess-loving self. After our talk, Did he though? If he really returned to his cell, there's no way he would be a corpse now. I know you're suggesting that I killed him during the interrogation, but I couldn't possibly have had a motive to kill Knightley, could I? Dogen was the only one I hated, and he had no connection with the victim. Oh, he sure did. She only hated Dogen. Please add that statement to your testimony. There we go. And he had no connection. Well, we've already done this one before, when we talked to Dogen, basically, but
Objection!
There we go. Oh, you and Dogen aren't so similar, aren't so different, apparently. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to have a look at this. It looks like the record of a chess game. Is there something wrong with it? This was discovered in the victim's cell. It was Knightley's memo. Warden Roland, you also discovered this note in the very same place. And not just in Knightley's cell, but in Dogen's too, correct? Well, what are you... Don't say you don't know about the chessboard in the special cell. After all, you would have kept an eye on Dogen's actions, down to the smallest details. No, to be more precise, it wasn't Dogen's that you needed to keep an eye on. The warden was searching for Mr. Dogen's henchman. From the start, I found it strange that the warden interrogated the prisoners personally. Since he used his henchmen to threaten harm to her family, Warden Roland interrogated Dogen to expose them. So, what do you say? As you inspected Dogen's mail, you must have known that he played correspondence chess. And then Knightley appeared, with a chess memo in hand. We deduced that he and Dogen were connected. You must have arrived at the same conclusion as well. However, you went one step too far in your reasoning. You thought Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen, who had come to kill you. So that's why you interrogated Knightley, boy. If the boss won't crack, go after his henchman. In addition, you discovered something when you were interrogating him. Inside his chessboard, you found a portable chisel. The murder weapon. To Warden Roland, the chisel was a symbol of Dogen, and that was the final straw. You believed Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen, and you killed him. It seems there will be no rebuttal. Judge Courtney, your verdict? Is that really the end, though? Though it is incredibly unfortunate, there seems to be no room for doubt. Really? I shall announce my verdict for the murder of Horace Knightley. That's what I thought. Twice my sacred verdict has been interrupted. Who was that? What could it have been? Warden Roland. Oh, how strange. You guys really don't understand anything. It would seem the one who doesn't understand is you. Me? Oh, I understand one thing very well. There's a huge contradiction in your logic, Mr. Edgeworth. Cool new animation. Once she's cornered, she starts spouting nonsense. Paid no heed, Judge Courtney. Your verdict? Well, we would want to hear about it, at least. I'm interested in hearing what the warden has to say. Yeah, that's only fair. I thought so. I just have one thing I want to say. Oh, one. One. Please take a good look at the autopsy report. The autopsy report? The one I brought with me? I heard exactly what you said earlier, Justine darling. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches? No way. Could that tiny chisel really have made a wound 4 inches deep? I don't know inches, so that I didn't, I never questioned that because I don't know how fucking much 4 inches are. Impossible. How could I have made such an error? Oh, forgive me, gods of law. Well, I believe that overturns your hypothesis. What will you do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, you could have killed him with something else and then also, put blood or like stabbed in a little bit with the chisel or something. What do we do? And I know where to find the weapon too. It'll be alright, pal. Mr. Edgeworth always... Or not. Whoa, hey now. He's gone all white. Hey, you're a defense attorney, aren't you? Isn't there something you can do, pal? Do that turnabout thing. Make some earth-shattering objection. Uncle Ray's a hard worker, but without decisive evidence, we're just whipping a dead horse here. Does that mean it's hopeless? It's not. Let's use that metal detector again. The true killer is Warden Roland. If it's not her, then nothing that happened fits. But the chisel isn't the murder weapon. Are there any other sharp objects here? There are, just not in plain sight. There are still many mysteries remaining in this case. However, we do not have the evidence to solve them at this present time. We have no choice but to continue this battle in the courtroom.
Objection!
That would just give the killer a chance to destroy evidence.
Overruled!
Are you mocking the court? No, I didn't mean anything like that. You look perplexed, Miles. Thought of anything yet? The chisel is not the murder weapon. In that case, what is? It's no use. We're back to where we started. No objection, Prosecutor Edgeworth. By the way, any baseless statements will be punished accordingly. Well, I mean, I know what to do. At least I have an idea. But does Edgeworth? It's no good. I can't think of anything. Nope. I need more time. I regret to say I have no... No, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember what Mr. Shield said. If we give up, Simon will... Have you forgotten that sad look on his face? That looks a little funny, actually, rather than sad. He was the one who suffered the most from Knightley's death. If we can't save him, who will? Besides, Simon believes in us, so we can't give up. Okay. Miles, looks like you found a good partner. It's like little Kay says, whenever you're backed into a corner, think of your client. Keep fighting until the very end. Isn't that the feeling you're getting? Gregory, your old man, no matter what trouble he faced, he would always turn things around and save his client. You've got his blood in you, right? In that case, you're the only one who can turn this around. Judge Courtney, the look in your eyes has suddenly changed. If you do intend to speak, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences. Your logic thus far has been misplaced numerous times, as has yours. If this were to happen again, I will consider you unfit to call yourself a prosecutor. And you will hand over your badge. That's right. My reasoning about this case has indeed been misplaced numerous times. Have I made a grave miscalculation? Wait, my logic is... misplaced? Misplaced, yeah. Still silent, I cannot condone this waste of time. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth! I will announce my verdict. No!
That's it. I have to turn my logic around. My logic isn't misplaced. It's been misled. This court finds the defendant, Simon... Why would you pronounce him guilty here? That's dumb. Isn't it a little early to hand down a verdict? I actually think it's rather late. Don't you agree, Justine, darling? Enlighten us. What? Try to remember. The eyewitness account about his dog and his absence from the animal show. When I first heard that information, my suspicion immediately fell on Dogen. I'm amazed you take such pride in retelling your previous failings. But was that not the killer's aim? That if we assumed that was their intention from the start? Of course, the chisel served the same purpose, yep. Knightley's body was stabbed in the same spot with multiple sharp objects. This shows that he was stabbed with a chisel after the real murder weapon was removed. Exactly. By soaking the chisel in Knightley's blood. The killer wanted to mislead us into thinking the chisel was the murder weapon. Why? That's because... Why did the killer want us to think the chisel was the murder weapon? To get Dogen expelled. I didn't think like we had to clear that up again. Warden Roland, you made use of this chisel's image. Chisel's image? What are you trying to say? Mr. De Best, when you see this chisel, what does it suggest to you? Something like... Dogen is the killer, right? Now do you understand? That was the warden's aim. Ah, she wanted us to suspect the person with the chisels. Indeed, that was her plan from the very beginning, but somehow things didn't quite work out that way. At all. To make Sirhan Dogen out to be the killer. I understand your logic. It is true that the warden did not think kindly of Dogen. But you understand, don't you? This alone does not prove she is the killer. As I thought, it's not enough. The remaining chance is for me to find the real murder weapon. If you have no more evidence, I believe this conversation is over. I could prove it if I found the real murder weapon. It doesn't matter what you see and what you say. We did a clean sweep of this place. It is as Sebastian says. In the end, we could not find any weapons. In other words, such proof is impossible. Or is it? No. The murder weapon must still be somewhere in the prison. As long as this exists. The security gate. Huh. You remember its name after all. Are you mocking me? It's because of all those things. That you can't take metal objects in or out of this place. Ah! Right. As long as those security gates exist, the murder weapon should still be here. That also means no weapon could have been brought into the prison. In the end, we're back to the same mystery after all. Judge Courtney? Prosecutor Edgeworth? Surely you've realized, if the real murder weapon is still in the prison, one must also consider how it got there in the first place. The chisel was concealed within the chessboard. But the chisel is not the real murder weapon, which means the real murder weapon must have been smuggled in somehow. The way it was smuggled in, can you prove that? How Warden Roland brought the murder weapon, brought the weapon into the prison? Well, her usual, routes. Right, all the evidence, huh? That's it. She could have used that. This shows another way a weapon could be brought into this prison. Do I have anything to fucking show that? Prison roll call? Prison investigation? No. Trace of blood token removed. Attached to the knife and Anubis, custom made, only 2 exist. Wait. The knife has been confiscated.
Take that!
There we go. Yesterday, Dogen said this. Yes, my bells. There are only 2 in the world. Only 2? They're custom made, why am I reading this out? Yep. It's possible the murder weapon was brought in as confiscated evidence. What? What? Dogen's knife was confiscated and stored on the premises. Furthermore, a bell was attached to the knife. It can't be. The bell and the chisel. Exactly. The killer took it from the knife and reattached it to the chisel. But the only fingerprints on this chisel are Knightley's. The killer probably wore gloves when they made the switch. She made the chisel out to be the murder weapon by attaching Dogen's bell. And in doing so made Dogen appear to be the culprit. Furthermore, the handling of the set of evidence that the spell originally belonged to was only possible for someone with the proper authority. Who, sir? Oh, come on. Who had that authority? It's you, Gumshoe! Why don't we ask the warden what she thinks? You can't find bells anywhere. Anyone could have attached it, right? I see. So you don't know. These bells are Dogen's trademark. There are only 2 in the world. You just said that. There's no way she forgot. And so attaching the bell would naturally make you the killer. Do you have evidence that I have the knife? You don't, do you? Of course, I understand. In that case, Mr. De Best, I'd like to request an investigation immediately. But if you find it, it'll be problematic for me. That doesn't matter now. It is necessary that we reveal the truth. You're a prosecutor, are you not? Well, even if you say that. First, this useless prosecutor. If only I still had investigative rights. Besides, we can't investigate without the warden's permission, right? There's no way she would approve. We have no choice but to investigate ourselves. If you don't have the evidence, there's no use in continuing this conversation. The goddess of law does not smile upon those with no evidence. This will have to be continued in the courtroom. Not good. If we give the warden more time here, she'll definitely destroy the evidence. It seems like I have no choice but to raise an objection and stall for time. But I don't have anything definite. Is that really acceptable? Is it really like me to do something this reckless? No, not good. Now's not the time for hesitation. Right now, I'm not a prosecutor, but an attorney's assistant. I need to protect my client. That guy. I'm the only one who can save him now. In that case, yeah, no, definitely not the actual attorney that's with you. He definitely can't do anything. Even if it's a 1 in a million chance, I have to take it. It's sink or swim. Should I raise an objection? I mean, yeah. After all that, how could we not? It almost feels like I've turned into a certain bluffing defense attorney. But right now, I can't come to a standstill here.
Objection!
Hold it. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what now? I just realized something. What would that be, pray tell? Naturally, the whereabouts of the real murder weapon. Dogen's knife. Mr. Edgeworth, is that really true? Yes, though it is a lie. I find that hard to believe. This isn't a bluff, is it? You underestimate me. The word bluff does not exist in my dictionary. Yeah, this is bad for my heart. There's no way you could know. I
because such a thing doesn't even exist.
Well then, could you enlighten us? Where's the real murder weapon? Think. Somewhere till the police didn't look. A blind spot in this animal-filled prison. A hiding place the warden would have complete confidence in. Hiding place? Come to think of it. Gotta spell it out for us, huh? It happened previously. I mean, I guess, you know, if you didn't already have this idea in your head, it might be hard to think of. The same method? No, it couldn't be, could it? But there aren't that many ways to hide things from an investigator's eyes. Prosecutor Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? It's possible, but I'm taking a big gamble here. The place where the real murder weapon is hidden is here, in this pond specifically.
Take that!
Here in the courtyard? Indeed. That's not enough information. Please show us in more detail. I will. Where's the real murder weapon hidden? Herp. Oh hey, the alligator's even out there for us to see.
Take that!
Good old Ellie. Will make you feel better. That's it. Back then. Yep. Of course, that's why the metal detector reacted. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to take a look at this. The chisel? Wasn't that just the fake murder weapon? Dogen hid this chisel inside his dog's mouth. And the real murder weapon was hidden in very much the same way. The real murder weapon is in the pond inside the alligator. What? We can confirm that the metal detector reacted to the alligator. Judge Courtney, please have the insides of the alligator examined. I give my consent. We'll have to call a veterinarian. I can make that little girl open her mouth. Can I help? Yes, go ahead. Wow. Warden Roland. Discovering the real murder weapon will settle this matter once and for all. Why don't you do the honorable thing and confess now?
What would I have to confess?
In that case, you can just wait for your fate to be sealed.
Oh, we found it, sir.
Just where you said it would be. It's over. Patricia Rowland, the real murder weapon is none other than Dogen's knife. And the one who murdered Horace Knightley can only be you.
Well, Dogen was the evil one. I didn't do anything wrong. I was completely reasonable. That guy was one of Dogen's henchmen. Him. If only he had never come to my home. I could at least still be happy. My special paradise. He ruined it, all of it. Him, that no-good assassin, him.
I do feel a bit sorry for her. But also, she killed a guy that probably didn't have anything to do with it. But they were all cute little animals, and she is actually hot. Detention center. Mr. The best of all the best. We have the results. Well, are you forcing them to call you that? The best of all of the best? Looks like even the forensic officers have it rough. Have it tough.
We found traces of Knightley's blood on Dogen's knife.
It was just like you said. You're the best, the best.
Alright, good job. But don't stop there. Keep the praise coming.
Yes, sir. You're so incredible. It brings tears to my eyes. From sorrow? Maybe from the stench. Well done, Sebastian. Next comes the follow-up investigation.
Huh? What are you talking about, Justine? Hasn't the case been solved already?
We have not yet confirmed if Knightley truly was one of Dogen's henchmen. There is also a chance that Warden Roland jumped to conclusions.
Oh. Oh!
That is the remaining uncertainty in this case.
Anyways, let's keep investigating. Hey, you there, come with me. Since I'm the best, the truth will appear before me first. When that moment arrives, make sure you don't miss it.
Yes, sir, I'm looking forward to witnessing your first-rate ability.
Let's go!
Are you going the right way? We live in troubling times, wouldn't you agree? The would-be assassin of the president was found murdered in the prison. Knightley had not planned to assassinate the president. The truth is not as vital as you seem to believe it to be. No, not to the world, and not to the law. That can't be right. Believe what you will, however. As long as Prosecutor Edgeworth remains a prosecutor, it is an inescapable reality. A prosecutor is not someone who demands a guilty verdict. That is what I believe. Those are merely your values. The law is not the plaything of any one person. You will not submit to that. If you will not submit to that, you will do well to prepare for the consequences.
What's that supposed to mean, pal? Don't tell me you're gonna...
Now then, this is where I must take my leave, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Judge Courtney's right. The law should not serve as any one person's desires. However, if the truth is bent as a result of that, can that really be called justice?
Hey, dog. Ah, Simon!
And the monkey.
Boss!
What happened? They said you could come out already.
Well, honestly, I don't know for sure. All of a sudden, they were like, "You're free to go, and you should thank Mr. Edgeworth."
Well, that's because he found out who the real murderer was. Really? He did? Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh, no way, no way, no way. Even if you glare at me like that, it's useless. I'm innocent after all. You can't make me guilty.
Simon, you should thank him, you know.
You're right. Thank you very much.
I want to thank you too. Good grief.
Mr. Defense Attorney, can I ask you just one more question?
Yes, you may, but I'm not a defense attorney.
I thought that Knightley and I were friends. No, I mean best friends. I always thought we were...
You don't think it's so anymore?
Well, I'm just wondering. There were some things I had no idea about, like how you could hate someone enough to kill them. That's why maybe he never trusted me either.
Simon, that's not true.
You're lying, because if I had known, I could have stopped him. I would have told him he had no need to be angry with anyone.
Mr. Keyes, I don't think he disliked you either. Let's show him proof that Knightley trusted him. Well, I guess there's a chessboard, maybe. Probably the chessboard.
Take that!
That's what I gave to. Knightley had hid a chisel inside it, most likely to aid in his escape.
Escape? He used me?
He trusted in you. He knew you'd bring it to him without looking into it, and without question. And in doing just that, you were caught up in everything.
Well, Knightley, you idiot.
Looks like he gets it. Simon is not as dumb as he looks after all. I'm sure he'll be back to normal by tomorrow. Was that supposed to be a compliment?
Oh, I'll be strong.
I'll become a splendid wild animal tamer for Knightley's sake. Excellent. That's the spirit. Nice animal taming technique, huh? I almost forgot. If you'd like, please come to our next show. Hey, there's Maxi... what was his name again? Something. I'll also be performing in it. The Very Big Circus is always fabulous and fun for all ages. Wow, that sounds like fun. Let's go, Miss Edgeworth. Well, I'll think about it. Well, we need to get back to practicing right away. You'll be with the Regent today. What? The tiger? No way, no way, no way. He'll be fine. He's a good boy. No way, there's no way it will be fine. Yes, it will. That tiger wouldn't hurt a soul. Please cut me my break, boss! What up, what up, what? And there they go. But man, bravo, bravo. You really put in a good show today, Miles. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Shields. Without your help, she might have gotten away. Not to mention allowing us to continue the investigation. Oh man, cut it out already. You're gonna make me blush. I never know when you are being serious. Uncle Ray is always serious. So how was it, Miles? How did it feel to be a defense attorney, to save people? A defense attorney. But that really took me back. It was just like being next to your old man again. It's been a while since I felt this good. It was, well, it's somewhat difficult to say it was a good thing. Come on, Miles. Are you sure you don't want to be a defense attorney? What? You know, pick up where your father left off. Don't you want to save people like he did? What are you talking about, pal? Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecutor. But is it really that unusual for a prosecutor to become a defense attorney these days? Unusual isn't the problem here. Hey, don't be so upset. It's normal, you know? Normal. It's not normal, pal. You'd all make for a powerful defense team. Mr. Shields, I'm a prosecutor. And Uncle Ray is a defense attorney. That's why I'm being serious about this. Well, that's just my opinion. Feel free to drop by any time if you have a change of heart. I'll be waiting for you. Bye. And so he coolly leaves the scene. Follow in my father's footsteps. Me. Become a defense attorney. I'm going to become a defense attorney just like my dad. And then he died. Should I become a defense attorney? Like my father? Nah. That's Phoenix's job. The end. Phew. That was tiring. Jeez, man, seriously, this like entire reading out all of this stuff thing is so tiring. Like after only like 2 hours of this, I was more tired than any of the like 8-hour plus sessions that I did with Xenoblade and most other games that I've played for longer than that. Phew. So yeah. I'm still not sure if I played this before. I think if I'm gonna continue this, I'm probably gonna do like shorter segments of this, like maybe 2 hours max or something. You know, as soon as I feel a little tired, I'll just stop. Like, I'm not like physically tired as in I want to go to bed, but as in like, oh, I don't want to keep reading stuff out and talking non-stop and all that, and the voices and what. So yeah, whether or not we will continue this tomorrow will be a mystery. Ayo. And you know, even if we don't continue this tomorrow, we might just continue some other time. I'll think about it. We'll see. But for now, that's all we got. Another mystery, skillfully solved with absolutely no mistakes, no confusion. Perfect case. And with that, I thank you for watching and hanging out, being cool, and see you next time. Bye bye.